Oh, hello. Hey, everyone. What did I send it? Yeah. Twitter. Well, that's good enough. Hello, how's everybody doing? Me, I guess today's live stream is gonna be a little different from the last few ones where they were like based on living abroad. I guess a majority of them I guess were based on living abroad. I guess if any no, because there was one about Q&A if anybody had any questions or anything. I guess that wasn't specifically for living abroad, but I mean it depends on how you want to take it. Hello. Today's gonna be a little bit different. Uh, I didn't even. I was thinking about how. Hello, Lauren. How it would be different. But pretty much. I titled it "Life." Um, just going into. I don't know. I guess it's more personal than a lot of other things. A lot of the other live streams we had because just so much that I've been thinking about. Um, I guess the one thing is like if you knew me or you've been following me for a long time, or I guess maybe if you talk to me a lot, you kind of realize that I'm the type of person that thinks about things like a lot, like too much, maybe. And I don't know, it's like a good thing and a bad thing, as in I have many, many, many of dreams, a lot of things that I want to accomplish that to the fact that I feel like I need like 10 Gregs to actually or probably more to complete all the dreams that I have. Um, but then at the same time, I feel like that's also like a way to get sad and depressed that much more easier because there's just so many things you want to do with your life. And then it's just so hard to accomplish like the few things that one person wants to accomplish. And then when you have just so many things that you want to accomplish, it just makes it that much more worse because you're constantly trying to fulfill like a billion things at once that you can't fulfill, obviously. Um, and I guess it probably also goes back to how you were raised. I guess I was raised by my mom pretty much, and hello Kai. I was raised by my mom pretty much, and my mom like raised me to have straight A's and all that stuff. Like I couldn't get less than an A. My God. So I don't know. Is it like raised to be perfect? I guess I don't know. I don't know how you want to say. Well, honestly, I got always A pluses usually. Um, but I was always raised to I had to be I don't know the best. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't even know. Actually, I never even asked my mom why. Kind of like because I know some people do it like to society standards, like being black or whatever. It's harder to get a lot of different jobs or whatever. I don't think my mom had that kind of mentality. I don't think so. I want to say because we have so many different races in our family, so I wouldn't assume that she would have had that kind of thing. But I think she just she did say like she wanted the best for us, so that could be why. If you just take it like that, I guess because I did talk to her recently and she did tell me that she just wanted the best for me, but that's like a completely different conversation maybe, so maybe that could be why. But Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. But because of that, I was always striving, and I still do. It's when you live your life a certain way for a long time, it's really hard to change the way that you live your life. I see that with people that all the time that say like I want to change or whatever, but I mean it's just complicated to actually change your life. To change how you do things and how you view things. Um, I mean, I guess if you like constantly try like every day, like to change your mindset, maybe after some time, and I mean like some months maybe, then you'll realize it more and more how to stop doing what you've previously done, but like it's just really, really hard because you've been doing that for such a long time, you know. And I mean, I've been doing that for all my life. That's like 30 years. Um, of just trying to be the best that I can, and I just having so many dreams and just wanting to accomplish all of them, and stuff like that. But like, and I've been thinking a lot, and I guess if you saw like my last, well, I don't even know what live stream that was. That had to be like 2 months ago. The live stream about 2 months ago when I was talking about like my I have a really good friend, like one of the best in the world. Um um so we met in like high school. So that was a long time ago. Very, very long time ago. And I've been close to her family for a long time. And I mentioned in that one about 2 months ago that I didn't even mention that the process. I mean, her grandfather, pretty much my grandfather, he got sick. And then I mean, he had cancer for some time, but it got worse. And he died about 2 months ago. Now, I I know like how usually this I don't know I guess plays out for a lot of different people, especially if you have a loved one, I mean like an actual lover or like husband or wife at the time. Um, if they pass away, usually you get stressed out, right? So you get stressed out because I mean I guess you never really imagine life without them and so forth. So pretty much my grandmother, because on from my real family, I've never actually had grandparents. They were all gone before I was even born, which I want to say is the general thing for a majority of people. I want to say maybe, um, but yeah, them. I've been close to them for years now. Like I said, more. Oh my God, like almost 20 years. Yeah, almost 20 years, I guess. But yeah. So he passed away about 2 months ago. The grandmother was still left. She was still she was still breathing and stuff, but during that time, they found out that she had cancer too, which was like not a good thing. And then being sad with the depression of losing him, she passed away 2 days ago. So she followed him like 2 months after his death. And it was like, I don't know. I was shocked at so much news because I think the one thing about living abroad, um, is that you can't really visit a lot of these like anybody quick enough. I guess maybe even if I lived in America and maybe if I lived in New York, well, maybe I probably still could do a plane back home or something right now. Um, but when you really live like abroad, like, and especially because of what's going on right now, I guess you can't easily like travel. So yeah, I obviously didn't go to his funeral, and I won't be able to go to hers, which is at the end of this month. Um, but like, I don't know, I when I see things like that or like hear things like that, a lot of times it makes me think about just so many things that I'm already thinking about, because the one thing that I think about majority of the time is like I said, like how to accomplish the dreams, how to make people happy. That I don't know, want the best for me and try to pray that I get to the place that I should be. If like I guess everything is on a lot of different topics and me just I don't know wrapping my brain around everything, but like I don't know. For me, I've always felt like I just like not had the best luck like all my life. Maybe it started in like high school when I was still trying hard, but like sometimes still my grades weren't as good as I thought they would be. Well, not a lot of times. Okay, it was only like a few. But anyway, beside the point, you know, family, my actual family, there was a lot going on, so it wasn't going as well as I would hope it would be for even being at home, the relationship inside the household. So, because of that, like, I was a lot sadder, because of a lot of things that was going on, even with that, and, I don't know, it's just I know since then, like I've if you've ever went to like if you ever apply for a job, I want to say majority of jobs do this, but they make you do like a little questionnaire, and the questionnaire is just like one of the questions that I hate the most is like, do you do you see yourself as somebody that's unhappy, that's unlucky or something like that? It's always like, do you feel like you're one of those people that you've never been lucky like a day in your life? And like, hello, Will. And for me, it's always I hated a lot of those questions actually because like I felt like if I answer like yes, I feel like I've never had like a lucky day in my life. Would you like not hire me because I feel unlucky? Like, oh, this guy's unlucky, so it's just not going to work out in our company or something like that. But they ask a lot of like a lot of questions that don't even pertain to actually like working. You know, maybe it's for what to judge your mentality or like how you would actually work in the workplace, but there's a lot of things like that that I like. I hated those questions, and then I would have to overthink those too, like, well, should I just not say that? Because I'm like I hate lying, but I'm like, if I tell you, would you like not give me the job? And yeah, like stuff like that is generally things that like wow, I said like a lot. I think actually did pertain to my life, but I wouldn't put them down because I don't know. I just didn't want it to like affect me in any way of getting the job. But it always made me think all the time, like, wow, like I really do feel unlucky. Like I said, it wasn't going as well as I wanted to in high well, grades wise, because like I said, I don't know, I guess raised to be a perfectionist, and it wasn't. I don't know. I felt like I was always getting A pluses, and then it started to get just a little bit lower, and I didn't like that. I guess. And then like I said, the stuff going on with just within my family at the time and stuff like that, and then things just starting to get that much more harder. I was balancing working a full 40 hours. I was going to school to be a doctor at the time. I don't know. I think a lot of you should know that by now. The first real goal no, actually, that is not true. The first real goal was to be an accountant because I was really good at math, and my teacher told me one day, "You're very good at math. You should be an accountant." And I just said, "Hmm." So, yeah. And then there was, oh, thank you, guys. Um, I I'll answer that soon actually. Um the second one is I thought that I really want to help people. If you kind of know what me, I guess my mindset and my mood by listening to me, um a lot of the times I talked about always trying to help people and trying to gain like that kind of closeness with people, and just how hard it's been for me like being abroad compared to back home. And I just really want to help people, which is why I want to become a doctor. I felt like it wasn't for me, for actually like what I wanted to do, but it was more because I just felt like I wanted to help people. And if I help people, then I don't know, making the world a better place. I don't know. I just think about things randomly, and try to apply that to my life a lot of times, and how I could do better. Um, and that's the real reason why I want to be a doctor. And even that, like, I struggle with that obviously because I was going to school full time. I was waking up early. As soon as I finished like my last lab or something, then I was going to work. And then I was going to work for about 8 hours, well, 9 hours, I guess, because you have to take a 1 hour lunch. Can go less than that. Because I also needed money to go to school and so forth. And obviously, I wasn't studying anymore. I was like, my whole life changed. Hello. so many times and so drastically because now I had a car payment and all that stuff. And I was trying to keep up with my life right now, plus my future life, the life that I wanted and how I wanted to help people. And I guess all of that was just a lot. Obviously, it was too much. Trying to do all of that at once. Um, yeah, it was horrible. My God, I feel like I've had so many like horrible like instances in my life, and that was one of them. Trying to maintain all of that for about 5 years. Wasn't really sleeping as much because I mean I didn't really have time to sleep. Um, I was like I said, going to school for I don't know. I would leave to school like at 6, and I'd be there till about like 2:30. Then I would drive from school to work. Then I'd be at work from like 3 to midnight, sometimes 1, depending on my schedule. It feels like 4 to 1 or something like that. But like it's just been like the roughest time for me. And even that, like I hated that. I really wanted to focus on just school. But because of what was going on, I couldn't just focus on school. Hello, Darlene. Um, I couldn't just focus on school. I had to focus on so many other things at once. Besides just having so many different dreams to do different things. During that time, I also developed the dream to like go abroad. I really wanted to study languages um, and stuff like that. And I don't know. I felt like I want to see, to feel or see where I belonged in the world. I wondered if the only way to actually figure out myself more was to go abroad. So that's why I traveled abroad, which I always wonder a lot of times is why everybody wants to travel abroad because I guess everybody has their own kind of what mindset of why you want to go abroad. But I don't know, since I always think about different things, I always think about like why does everybody want to go abroad? Um, is it like a way to like find yourself or whatever? I don't think it was. I don't even know if it was a way to find myself or not. I didn't know I want to learn languages and stuff like that, but I don't know. I guess it's the first. Okay, then so like going down like the kind of like bad luck kind of scenario or whatever. I had a job. I had a job and that I was telling you about when I was working all those hours, and then I had an uncle who was obviously wasn't a good uncle because then he was caught stealing, and then they fired me too. And I was just, I was that was actually crazy too because I was just like, "Are you kidding me? Wow, like I didn't do anything." Like they blamed me for so much stuff, and I was just like I didn't even like take the guy home. He always rode with other coworkers or whatever. So if he was stealing or taking anything, like I wouldn't have had a part in it because I don't even take him home. But based off of blood or whatever, they fired me too. Okay. Well, I was mad because I didn't know. I found out later from some of the other employees because they told me about it, and I was just like, "Are you kidding me?" Because he even told me to my face, like, "Oh, they weren't supposed to fire you." I'm like, "Why?" And then he was just like, "Oh, nothing," and I was just like, "Okay, whatever." And then, because I mean, I couldn't do anything about it. They fired me because they fired him. Or, I mean, because they said well, they said they fired me for some other reasons or whatever, and I was just like, okay. And then, I went one day. I didn't even want to go back there, but I went one day with my mom to like make a key for the house or whatever. And they were like, "Oh, I heard about what happened." This was like a few months later, actually. And that's just because we were in the area. And my mom was like, "Let's just go to this one." I'm like, So we went, and then yeah, they were like, "Yeah, I heard about your uncle, like stealing," and then yeah, then they fired you, and I'm just like, "What?" Because like I talked to him about it, and he said like he just told me some other like nonsense story of why he got fired, and like I said, the only thing he said is like, "Oh, you weren't supposed to get fired too," and I'm just and I asked him why, and he just said, "Oh, nothing," I don't know. So that, but then I found a good in it just a little bit because um during that time I was on unemployment then after that, so I was able to just focus on studying at the time, so my grades got better and all that stuff. So like every I don't know, I try to find a little bit of good in everything. I do my best to because like I said, and it's very hard to just do that. And that happened and then I was able to just focus on studying. So it helped me a lot, obviously, because I was able to study because I wasn't doing that before. I wasn't studying. My whole pretty much college career was me studying for like 5 seconds, like in between things at like work on my lunch break while I should be eating and stuff like that. Like it was horrible. But like because of that, I was able to actually study, you know, and actually, I don't know, do better in my classes compared to what I was doing before because I was doing not okay, which I guess was probably one of the things that, started my whole depression thing to begin with. Well, I guess before that too, with the family and so forth. But because of like all that, you know, um, I don't know. I just always felt like there was always something that was just unlucky about everything. Even going to Japan, I was super happy to go to Japan because I was traveling abroad. I felt like I don't know. I think of things. I feel like it's probably morbid, but I think of things in terms of like dying. Like I really want to accomplish this amount of things before I die, and so forth. And obviously, one of them. Well, I've been abroad before, but it was to go like really, really far away. So I was able to accomplish that. I went to Japan. Well, is that really far away? I guess it's back this way, huh? I don't know. But you know, I I went to Japan and I was happy because I don't know, doing something and I felt like I was actually doing it for myself. Like I was actually I don't know, in control of things for a time because I felt out of control for so many years, But even at that point, of trying to control the situations and trying to be a better person, because that's the one thing I think about the most is like how to be a better person, which is like, I don't know, the thing that probably is like also another thing that makes me sad, I guess. Because trying to be a better person, it also depends on the people around you too. But I went to Japan for the first time, and I feel like everything was going good, but it was still the fact that I don't come from a family with a lot of money, so I didn't have much money while I was in Japan. So I had to make the best of not having much. So during that time, I didn't do too much. The only thing I did while I was in Japan, especially the first time, was just study. That's all I did was just study. I was there, but I couldn't really enjoy it. And I feel like that's one of the one things. Like if you do actually go abroad, like or I don't know. I guess it goes toward anything that you really want to do in life. I guess really planning it out would be better than not planning it out at all. I think somebody asked that question, how long did it take me to like plan out going to Japan? And it didn't take me that long because I guess maybe everything was on a whim of wanting to go to Japan. The first time I just said like, oh, let's go to Japan, and like 3 months later or something like that, I went to Japan for a year and a half. But I didn't plan it through. Like I said, I think it's probably because I just think of things in terms of wanting to do things before like my life ends. But oh, Rashi. But I just went, and I guess for me that also wasn't. And hello, Pikachu. It wasn't. It, it it was good because I was able to study language, and that was one of the things that I want to do. Um, One of my dreams is just to learn 7 languages before I die. Like I said, it's always before I die. 7 languages. I don't know. That's crazy. But I don't know why. I don't even know why the number 7 is there. I don't. People ask me why is the number 7. I'm just like I don't know. I just said one day I want to learn 7 languages, so now it's just stuck in my head. You have to learn 7 languages, kind of thing. Um, and so like based off of that, like I just I went there, and I told some stories about like how like my first Lucky Seven of my first impressions of like Japan, and like how I was pretty much treated there, because I was like the new hello and thanks for subscribing. One of the new foreigners in Japan, and nobody ever saw maybe anybody black like in real life, maybe on TV. I would assume everybody saw somebody black on TV. Because I mean, I guess you just assume that everyone watches um what is it? Hollywood videos. So I mean Hollywood videos sounds like the store. Hollywood movies. So I guess you would just assume that they see somebody black, but like those kind of stories that, like I said, the guy he was like staring at me too much. He crashed his car or whatever, and stuff like that. And you know, all that stuff was still like I don't know. That's when I even gained more of a sense of like who I was. Because like I said, that time too, I think kind of that I said like I didn't really have a sense of being black back home. All my friends were from all different races, but majority of them were Spanish from the school that I was in. But I mean, I guess considered be considered Spanish too. But beside the point, it it was like I don't know. I've never really been around stuff that like made me even think about my race like at all, because I've never been associated with people that made me think about who I was, even like I mean even like my sex or whatever, because I never had to think about that either, you know. But like I guess more and more as I went, as even being abroad, that's the one thing that now I think about majority of the time is like, is it because I'm black or whatever? Because just so many things that I've noticed, even like I read up on everything. Like I mean, the one thing I did do is I did read up on like how it would be for you if going abroad, um, being a person of color, obviously, because you don't want to have the worst experience. But like I don't know. I guess my mindset at the time is that I felt like I was like the best person, and like maybe that would maybe hopefully that people would see that more than like anything. Um but like coming abroad, it was a constant struggle, even for like I said last time, even for somebody like me that came abroad with the mindset of just trying to build up on my language skills and hopefully to see if that was actually a place that I could belong. Because my original mindset going to Japan was like I was going to be there forever. After I don't know, I'm so dumb. I just thought like I don't know, when I felt like it was happening, I felt like wow, like this is it. Like my luck is finally changing, and I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna have the best time ever. Um, I'm gonna become fluent in Japanese. I'm gonna have so many friends and all that stuff. Like I'm really going to build my life there. That was the mindset. But obviously, your mindset and people is very different. Obviously, because you don't have the same mindset, and you're not the same person. But obviously that it didn't go as well as I wanted to. Like, yeah, I was studying tons of hours. I was studying, oh my God, like 8 hours a day, and I had 4 hours of class. That's how much I was studying Japanese when I first went to Japan. I was studying the most, I don't know, anybody has ever studied Japanese while attending school, and not really enjoying Japan lifestyle, besides trying to make Japanese friends. Which I tried to make so many Japanese friends at the time. Like I said, I was always at my what is it? Always at my director's office, trying to like talk to her, trying to meet more and more people and stuff like that. And I just thought like from doing all of this, like I would gain a win out of it. Like I would gain the life that I wanted. But it was very difficult because everybody will always see you differently. you know um you like no matter how let me just cut you. No matter how hard you try, like everybody always sees you as different. I think majority of times when I talk to people about it, about like making friends or whatever, and a lot of times when the one thing that I heard is like they didn't know how to like treat you, because like you're different. And I'm like what? Like how? Like what do you mean? Um, like you're just not from Japan. And then in my head or whatever, or from Korea, because that happened in Korea too. It's just like, but like if you like somebody and you want to be their friend, don't you just become friends? Like I didn't understand how hard it can actually be to be friends with somebody, because in my head, if you click or whatever, if you're able to do stuff and have fun together, then you would just be friends, just like that. I don't know, that's how life works, right? But like it wasn't like there was some deep meaning behind it, to behind becoming friends, that I was just unaware of, I guess. And I was just like, what is that? But it was just because you're not Japanese or you're not Korean, you're from America, or you're black or something. Like it was always some kind of other meaning behind why, I don't know, people felt they had to treat you differently or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't think that's just how things work, right? You just, if you like each other, you hang out with each other, you guys have a good time, then wouldn't you just become friends? But it was just so much that was behind the scenes that people don't really want to tell you straightforward to your face or whatever, you know. And even that, like, like I said, going back to Japan, that was one of the things that I felt like unlucky about, because it was making me sad that I was trying like my best to develop all those dreams that I created for myself going to Japan. I don't even know why I did that. I don't know why I still do that. But all of those dreams and all those things that I wanted to do, and then just increasing on that time after time, obviously that just leads to sadness if you're not completing it. Um, but like it was becoming like more and more, what is the word? I can't even speak English anymore. Um, more and more apparent that I wasn't going to achieve a lot of the levels that I want to achieve, just because how different it is, um, between people's mindset and your own mindset. Like no matter how good of a person you can actually be, people judge you by outer appearances, before they judge you by your actual heart, and so forth. Um, but that made me that much more sad, because like, I was trying my best to get to a certain level in Japanese, and I feel like I'm still not there. Like, yeah, I guess I'm okay. I'm a good speaker or whatever, and probably better kanji writer than anybody because I studied so much. But it's still, obviously, and I'm still just hard on myself. But it's still not the level that I want to be at. Um, Obviously, because I want to be fluent. But I know, I know I'm also the main problem for my sadness too, because I'm just too hard on myself. Um, so I guess that will never change. That's just how I was raised, I guess. But I feel like in a way of trying to find the little things that come out of me feeling unlucky, I think a majority of times I also more saw the bad of doing everything. Um, because like no matter what I did, there always seemed to be like, I guess, more bad than good. I was able to go to Japan. Yeah, I was studying. My Japanese was improving way faster than anybody else in my class. I was getting straight A's in Japanese class, whatever. But at the end of the day, I couldn't meet people and actually use the language. Okay, no, correction. I was meeting people. I can actually use the language because I wasn't developing friendships. Um, yeah, you can't improve your language abilities. Like nobody can. Nobody can. No matter what language you learn, there's no way to actually improve your language to the ability of being able to speak fluently unless you're actually talking to people, actually communicating with people. Obviously, in friendship is probably one of the best ones, because if you're friends with people, then I mean you're constantly talking to them. You're constantly building a relationship with them. You're constantly growing, and then you're using the language all the time, obviously. So I don't know, and maybe if you're doing like language exchange, and you guys were both using different languages, and like you're both like, I don't know, gaining more out of the world, I feel. Um, because you're learning a new language. You're learning something that's just not a part of your own culture. I guess unless you're Japanese mix or something like that. I don't know. But all of that, I don't know. It just seemed like it was just that much more difficult than what I thought it would be. Um, I don't know. I felt like at the end of the day, like making friends. That I mean, how hard could that really be? Maybe it's just because I've never had to really try to make friends. I just feel like they always just gravitated towards me. Had tons of just different friends that I just never actually tried to make. They were just always there. But this time I changed my whole approach to everything, and I was trying to actually make friends, and that was where it became more difficult because it was just hard to actually make the friends, make the friends, make the friends, make the friends, make friends. Um, and hello, dancing leaf. um, but it wasn't going as I would hope. And then, like I said, I didn't go to Japan on that much money, and then I realized that wow, like you're running out of money, and obviously that's not good. You can't run out of money in like a country you're not even born in, obviously. Don't want to go poor in a country that you're not from. That's not good news. Um, so I had to start working again. That was the one thing I did not want to do, obviously. But then I started working in Japan. That's when I first started teaching English as an actual teacher. I was already teaching English every once in a while, or actually a lot of times. But I had to do it as a job. So obviously, when you do it as a job, you have to do it a lot more hours than you obviously want to. So then I wasn't studying Japanese as much anymore because now I was teaching English. So now I'm using more English than I am Japanese because I wasn't really using Japanese beforehand. Um, and I found, I don't know, it was good because I was like, well, if I have a job, then maybe I can stay longer. But at the end of the day, it also sucked because now I'm using more English again. And I was like, if I use so much English, then I really won't get good at Japanese. Um, and during that time, the only thing I really wanted to do is just study. I wanted to have win, but it wasn't happening. And I had to, the one thing I am good with is money. So, I realized like, no, like you, like calculating, like, I don't know how you're gonna do it on trying to get back home if you don't start working. So obviously, it's like okay. So I started working in Japan for the first time while I was still in school, part time. Yeah. Japan's a little weird on the actual part time because well, I guess I don't know. You can work part time as a student in Japan. Um, you just have to go down to the actual to immigration, then you tell them that you want to work, and then they like stamp like or no, not stamp, but they staple this little. Well, I don't know. During the time, they staple this little paper that says like you can work like 20 hours a week, not more than that though, in your paper, and that's only if they approve you. But they approved me, so then I started working, and I worked kind of far from my area because the job that I found they didn't have no actual jobs in my actual location, so I had to go further out. So then, like during that time, I even had to start missing class because my sometimes the school that I had to go to was further than what than the time it took for me the time it took for my class to end. But my teachers would excuse it because in Japan it is a little bit different. Kind of as a fourth year usually people don't go to school majority of the time. My Japanese, well, I guess friends at the time, they would never in class, like never ever in class. They spend a majority of their time what's it job hunting, kyushokune, um job hunting, so they were always just looking for jobs. Um, and I was like, wow, like that's cool. Like what on what earth do you pretty much still graduate, but like you don't actually go to school? Because my the people that I knew, they were never in class. And then even in classes that I didn't really know people, they would, they would just they would just say, oh yeah, teacher, I have to go job hunting, so I won't be here the next week or something, and then they would be gone. This one girl, like I only saw, I swear, like a few times in my class the whole last quarter, and she still passed because I mean, in Japan, as long as well, I think it's the same in Korea too, but as long as you get into college, there's no way to fail out, no way. Everybody passes. Um, it's just hard to get into college, if I'm correct. But as long as you get in, you don't you can't fail out. Not in America though. In America, it's hard to get in, and you can still fail out. So yeah, but they just never went. So like because of that same kind of thing, that's pretty much what I used. That I had to start working already. So my teachers were pretty much okay with it because they were pretty cool. Um, but like I don't know that even that I started feeling like unlucky because I don't know. I was like maybe I chose the wrong time to come to Japan. Like I didn't plan it out. I didn't have I didn't have that much money. Um, Even that was a loan that I didn't even want to take out because I felt like I was gonna be that much more in debt, uh, which is one of the things I was thinking about a lot of times. Just being more and more in debt because I hate owing money. Uh, that's like the worst feeling ever. I don't know how people do it. I hate owing people money. Um, so I just did it. I went to start teaching. I was teaching for about 6 months. And then during that time, while I was in Japan, which is another reason why I left the first time. I think a lot of you probably already know this. I guess maybe, depending on what time you started watching me. But then during that time, I also found out that my legs weren't good. Um, I was having trouble uh, walking. No, I wasn't having trouble walking, but I was having pain in my leg. So while I was in Japan, I was also had to run some tests at so many different facilities. Um, and then, hello, Nightingale. Oh, it's been some time since I've seen you actually. But during that time is when I found out that I actually had two cracks in both of my knees. And I was like, yeah, wow, like the one thing, like, I don't know, I guess I prided myself of is not having to have of not having anything broken or hella boundless or having anything like I don't know sprained or anything because like I don't know I felt like that was a lucky life. But then going to Japan and the reason why and the only reason why I figured that out is because everybody would go down and they would do seiza if which is like sit on your legs, knees, whatever. I don't know how you want to say that because we never really say that in English. They just call it seiza for English. So yeah, like sit, you just sit on your legs or whatever. But I mean, I wasn't able to do that, and I was just like, why? So then I was running tests in Japan, and it's oh, you're gonna have surgery. I'm like, surgery, surgery, like why? And like, oh, you have cracks in your knees. Cracks, like where did I get that from? Like, how do you just develop cracks? I don't know. I was kind of confused about all that. I was like, how did I get that? And they didn't really know. They didn't really know. They were like, I don't know. You were like here for a year. Like, I don't know. How'd you get that? Like, what'd you do? Um, like, and I didn't know. And during that time, they were telling me that I could do surgery in Japan, but if I did surgery in Japan, they said it's a lot more difficult than in America. So I'm like how difficult? And they're like, well, we would remove part of your hip and then we would mold it and then put it in your knee. And I was just like, remove part of my hip. So like in my head, I'm like, okay, well, like if I'm gonna have surgery, then I would only have like scars on my knees. but now you're going to remove part of my hip. Meaning I would have a scar on my hip too, and then I have part of my hip removed. So if I 9 tells you came at the wrong time. If I have part of my hip removed, like how does that work? Like, do you like does it do you feel different or do you act different? Yeah, you would because I mean part of your hip is moved. Not only that, we would have to remove some of the other side too because both of your knees are cracked. And I'm like, wow. And I'm okay, so like if I go back to America, how will they do it? They're like, well, I don't really know, but in America, I think it'd be a lot easier because in Japan, even the doctor told me like straight up, he was like, we use a kind of like old method of doing things. That's why we would take part of your hip to fix your knees. And I'm like, oh, and it's like, but America's more advanced in their technology. And then he was even telling me some places in like in Europe too. And I was just like, what kind of surgery is this? Like if I literally like I was thinking this the whole time, like if I have to like go to like Europe to have surgery or whatever, like what kind of surgery is this? Like what is going on? Because like I didn't feel like I did anything to like crack my knees. Like I do recall one time in America when I was working out a lot, and like I was running a lot. I was always on my feet, you know. Like I said, I was always working and going to school. Um, but like during one period for maybe like a week, I guess my legs did like kind of give out. So I mean, I don't know if it was because of that from overworking out or what. But the doctor was like, I think it would probably be best if you go back to America because you are American and like I said, we would be removing your knee, and I mean, removing your knee, removing some of your hip, and I don't know, like you'll feel different for like the rest of your life. And I was like, oh well, I don't want that. Um, and he said, like I said, he would the technology is more advanced in America. I was like, I guess, like I don't know, I'm not really a doctor, so I can't really tell like what's advanced wherever, you know. So during that time is when I made the decision that I would have to go back to America. keep your hip. So that was like first that was also another like loss that I felt like um I had because like I said before, I had the mentality like I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna make my Japanese is gonna be amazing. Like I don't care what my Japanese friends said. I said this a long time ago, but my Japanese friends told me like living in Japan is a lot different. It's hard to make friends there, and especially because you're a foreigner, it's gonna be that much more harder. But I was like, psh, whatever, I got this. You know, I'm about to learn these languages. I'm about to make all these Japanese friends. And I did none of that because it was actually as hard as he said. I just didn't really believe him. And like I said, I had the mindset when I went to Japan. I don't know, just going on a plane. I'm like, I'm about to live here forever. Like I'm gonna make this like my thing. Like this was my win. I'm going to a different country. Like this is it. I'm finally on the road to where I want to get to in my life. And now I'm on the road back home because I have to have surgery. And I was like, how unlucky is that? Like I I didn't I've never like fell or anything like in any means to like have to ever have surgery in my life. And I'm like, all of a sudden I go all the way to Japan just for you to tell me pretty much that I have to have surgery and go back to America to have surgery. Like, yeah, I want to keep my hip or both parts of my hip or whatever they were going to remove. Who even knows? But you know, I was just like, man, like how unlucky is that? So yes, then I was back in America after about a year and a half in Japan because I ran a lot of tests and I went to different doctors because I thought maybe if I get more and more opinions, then it'd be better. But only one doctor came out straightforward and he told me like it'd probably be best for you to go back to America. The other one was like, yeah, we can do it, you know, but they didn't actually tell me what they were going to do. So they just told me they can do it. But like I'm guessing I would have had the surgery done and they would have removed some of my hip or whatever, and I just wouldn't have known because you know you sign all these documents like we're not liable for da 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 da, and if you die or whatever, you know. But they weren't really coming out and telling me actually what they were going to have done compared to that one guy that told me, and I was just like, whoa. And I was like, yeah, like maybe I should go back to America because I don't want none of that. Um, and I went back to America. And I was there for a long time. I had actually 3 different surgeries. No, nine tails. I never started weightlifting until I came to Japan my second time, which was, no, went to Japan my third time, which was like 9 months, almost a year ago now. I was going to Japan my third time actually, that I started weightlifting, but I didn't do that. The only thing I did was I did run a lot, and I was always on my feet. Like I said, I was always at work, climbing up and down ladders, bringing up and down boxes or whatever. And then at school, I was always running around trying to get to all my classes because to make school and job work, I had to place all my classes together. Like, majority of my time in school was trying to figure out how I can mold my classes to make them all fit between like 6 and like 2:30 all the time, for 5 years. So that's what I did. So I can do all my labs and all this stuff. And labs were like 3 and 4 hours long and stuff. So I was really trying to plan out my whole schedule so that I can still maintain working. Um, so that's pretty much what I did. Um, and then I came back to America. And like I said, I kind of left because I had the mindset of learning languages and hello shedding love, learning languages and just in I don't know, finding a way to improve my life. I um what trying to better my life. I guess that's always the mindset I have is trying to find a way to better my life. So I went back to America, and obviously I didn't want to go back because like I said, there's still some issues with the family. I didn't want to go there too much, but had to because I had to have surgery. And then I was pretty much in bed. I had 3 different surgeries. I think it was like one on my right leg, and it was a lot easier in America. They just put like the smallest little screw that can't be detectable ever, I guess, in my knee to try to fix it, compared to Japan. So I guess that maybe that was a win. Instead of removing my hip, I don't know. I don't know if it would have been better. I don't know. No, it probably wouldn't have because then I would walk differently or whatever. He said you may experience that or something. So no, maybe it wasn't. But I I only got like the smallest screws ever, but they did one leg, and then I was stuck in bed for about 6 months or a little bit longer. The first time it was a little bit longer because I didn't know what I was doing, maybe like 8 months or something like that. And then the next time around, since I kind of had the hang of it, and trying to schedule everything so I can do my therapy at the right time and stuff like that. I think it was a little bit shorter, still maybe well, still like 4 to 6 months, something like that. Um, and then during that time, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was because maybe I started walking too. I mean, no, because it was like 8 months for the first leg. I don't know what happened, but anyway, um, I guess after a piece that was, I guess, because what they do is they like clean out all the other broken parts of whatever of my knee or whatever. But I guess I don't know if they missed one or if it just fell off later or whatever. But then that happened. My God, that was like the worst pain ever because what that would do is that piece would, I guess, as what is it, your kneecap is like, was it flexing or coming together? That piece was like coming into like here, so like it would like keep it from like what flex. No, flexing would be the other way. Oh God, I didn't know English either. My Jesus. Well, it was like blocking my knee from closing. So then here it would be on my man. Like when I'd say like I would do like a double or triple, like kind of like what, like, what, wobble? Be because, like, it hurt so much, and I dealt with that for a while too because it takes some time. I thought I was done with all the surgeries because I had the one leg done, I had the second leg done, but then that happened, and then they're like, "Oh, you gotta have to have another surgery." But you can't surgery doesn't just work where you could just pop in, you know? You have to, like, schedule and make appointments, and, like, I have to have surgery, but I still have to come to all these, like, different, things, So then that took another 6 months, or whatever. So I was back in America for some time. Um, but yeah, that was pretty unlucky too, I guess, because I thought I was done. And honestly, they said they what sucked out all the other parts. So how that even happened to begin with, I don't even know. I don't know where that portion of bone came from. They were like, "Oh, maybe it could have been hiding or something." I'm like, "How could it be hiding? Like, what is going on?" Um, but I don't know because I was during that time I was actually planning my way back to Japan because I felt like I was like, maybe it's because I didn't try hard enough that I didn't accomplish the things that I want to accomplish. So I really want to go back. Maybe that was my sign not to go back. I don't know because during I actually got a job too to go back to Japan, and then that happened, and that was happening a lot. And while I was at work, like so much, I was in intense pain a lot of times because I couldn't close my knee sometimes, and then sometimes I would just try not to move at all. But for some reason, it was like I had to move, and it would just always find its way in. No, that sounds nasty, so I'm not gonna tell you. Um, but maybe should I? Okay, so I can actually see the bone or the portion or whatever. It was actually kind of big. I don't know how it was hiding. So it would I could see where it was jamming into my leg, like, on the outside, because 'cause I'm not a big person, so I can see everything in my knee, so I could see where the bone was, and what I would do this I don't know, sounds nasty to me, but I would push on my kneecap and move it out, and it would disappear into my leg. Hi, Jana. It would disappear to my leg, and then all of a sudden it would just reappear, and then I had to push it out. Like, and I was doing that for a long time. So I was pushing whatever floating piece of bone out of my leg. Oh, bye, Lauren. I'll see you next time. And look after your knees. But I was like literally like pushing it out of my knee. My God, that was so nasty because I could do it myself. So it was just I would yeah. That's you. So I was doing that so much because I couldn't walk pretty much. Sometimes it was okay. Like I would try to like not bend my leg. I would try to like walk stiffly. I was walking weird for some time because I was trying not to like bend my knees. I was just like, I don't even know. This one was bending, but I was trying to keep this straight forward at work. It was horrible. And that was for like a month or two because you have to schedule having the surgery or whatever. So yeah, for that amount of time, I was like literally like pushing. At first, I would feel the pain all the time, and that was so annoying. Like majority of times, I wanted to like fall down because it was like very very intense pain. Because I mean, it is jamming your knee. Um, but at least once I figured out that I can move the bone out, because I didn't know that. That took me some time to figure out, or whatever. Then it got a little bit well, okay, it didn't get better because it would still happen, but it was better in the sense that at least I knew how to kind of like get rid of it, I guess, for a little well, yeah, until it came right back in or whatever. Um but I had the surgery a third time. Well, that during that time, it was just to clean out what could be in there. So I had surgery, but it was just, I guess they would still consider that surgery because they're going inside whatever. But they went inside and they sucked out everything. But because they go inside your knee, you still have to have therapy and all that stuff. So I still had to have therapy again. Well, first I can walk on my leg for some time because they said just in case, and then I had to have therapy again Like I said, during that time, I was actually planning to go back to Japan, which probably, I don't know. Like I said, maybe that was just me not like knowing that maybe I shouldn't have went back to Japan. I don't know. I don't know, a sign, I guess. But during that time, I was coming back to Japan. I got the job. They're like, yeah, you're gonna leave in like March or whatever. And so I was like, okay. And then that started to happen, and I was just like, okay. I don't know. I was talking to a couple of people, and I was like, is there any way I can possibly extend this? And they were like, how long? And I'm like, a year, because I have to have surgery. And they're like, oh yeah, we do this extension thing, and it lasts for 1 year or whatever. But that's it. You never get another extension in your life. I guess that was like if I want to reapply or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, I don't think this will happen again. Hopefully, like, I mean, because I didn't know I was gonna have to have surgery a third time anyway. So I'm like, yeah, cool, whatever. Like I'll take the year. So I took a year off. I passed all the interviews and stuff, like I said, so that's why I got the job. But I had to take another year off. So another 6 months or so. It was like with having the surgery for the third time, and then after that, it was just working until my, what was it? What did they call that? My onboarding to go back to Japan. So that's what I pretty much was like waiting for. Um, but I was excited the second time to go back because I really wanted to make things better than what it was the first time. It was so much going on, and there were so many things I was trying to do and to accomplish, and I felt like I didn't accomplish. I felt, man, I'm super hard on myself. I felt like I didn't accomplish anything. That's obviously not true. I know that. I do. I know that. Obviously, because I was studying like I said, like pretty much 12 hours a day, and I still felt like I accomplished nothing. I was like, you're not fluent in Japanese. Like, what were you doing? You know, obviously, I was doing a lot more than a lot of other people, but I'm just stupid. So I was just like, okay, we got to go back. We gotta like redeem ourselves. This is gonna be it. We're gonna go there, and again, set up all of these what ridiculous. Well, I didn't. I mean, they're not ridiculous. I feel like they're still an easy task to kind of accomplish. It's just like I said, you can't. The world is it's based off of a lot of different people and a lot of different people's mentalities, like all combined into one. And it's hard because if people don't think the same way as you, then it's hard to make things work with that person or whatever. And I have so many things that I want to accomplish. Um, but it was, I don't know, I saw after some time, it took a long time for me to see, especially going to Japan, that it was just super difficult. There's just some things that like were inevitable. There's just things that you couldn't change, I guess. I couldn't really change how people saw me. Um, and I noticed that when I went the second time. The first time, like I said, I did nothing but study. I had the one guy crash his car or whatever staring at me, but that was pretty much it. Majority of the other times when I did go outside, I didn't really go to inside of Tokyo too much. I lived right outside of Tokyo during that time. Um, I didn't go inside Tokyo too much. I went like 2 times, 2 or 3 times, and I always went with somebody. So I had friends that I were going with, which was all other people from abroad. It wasn't actually Japanese friends. It was other people from like Norway or Hungary. Hungary was, oh my God, I love them. My Hungarian friends were amazing. Um, yes, super amazing. I hang out with them the most. Um, but I always had like somebody I went with, and since I had them, like it wasn't like going by myself and stuff like that. So because I had somebody to go with, I didn't really, I don't know, think about these things or experience those things the first time around. But the second time around, I was coming by myself, and I was gonna be placed in like I was still placed right outside of Tokyo again, but in a different location from where I was before. Not only that, this was like a 2 or 3 year difference now because I had all those surgeries. Well, 3 is a lot, huh? Or a few, I guess. I had a few surgeries. Whatever. Um, what is it? I went there, and during that time, I'm still a pretty much health addict. I try to do my best to maintain, I don't know, a good body and like healthy food, eating and stuff like that. Because I don't know, it's not just based off of like getting older, but that is a huge one. I want to be able to do as much as I can for the rest of my life. And obviously, if you're not taking care of your body, a lot of times it becomes harder as you get older, to do anything. And I want to be able to do so much still when I'm older. Like I mean, like I don't know, try mountain climbing or something. Like I still want to be able to try ridiculous things, even though they seem scary. And I don't even know if I can do them. But I just want to have the mentality that I can do it if I want to. Maybe I don't know. But I went, I went back, and then I kind of touched on this last time and the last one. Um, oh, that's good, Jana. Actually, because I think weight is one of the one things that hinders people when you get older. It's a little bit more. Well, I mean, it's not. I guess still not as good when you're younger too, but when you get older, since your bones are not as what strong as they used to be or whatever, that's usually why people are in wheelchairs or something like that too. Besides those that run a lot, because I heard that leads to a lot of bone problems in the future sometimes too, is runners. At least that's what my doctor was telling me when they were trying to figure out what was wrong with me. Um, so yeah, I always got to even like over exercising, which I mean they don't really know why or how my legs cracked. I mean, I don't even know. I still don't know to this day. So I just even that I just feel like I just must have had like some bad luck with that or something. But those cracked or whatever, and then I don't know. It could be because I'm just stupid and hard on myself. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. It couldn't be stress because I had a massage one time for like the first time when I was working at a company, a voice acting company in LA, and then the lady was like, "Oh, you have no stress at all." But I mean, I don't know if people can actually really feel that. Can you feel that? Because I don't know. She was doing stuff. That's like my first massage ever, just because I was working with this little boutique and obviously they had money, so that was my first massage ever. It's like a Christmas gift or something with some other stuff, but she's like, "Oh, you have like no stress or something," and I was like, "Oh, really?" I was like, "Okay," you know. But thank you. Your smile is so infectious. Thank you. Um, but anyway, I feel like this has been like just everywhere anyway to begin with this talk. But I went back to Japan for my second time. The area I was in was still like right outside of Tokyo, but I like that was some of the times that I really started to like think about things like why is it so hard to really make friends here and stuff like that, um, in all different things, and still on the same aspect of trying to get the best out of my life, but also I don't know. I always think about I it. I do also apply this to myself. I always feel also like, oh, maybe I'm doing something wrong, and then I'm like, maybe I can't be doing anything wrong because like I'm trying to be nice to everybody, but I'm like, but then if you're not really making friends, then it must be a you thing, you know, what conversation I'm having with myself all the time. Um, but yeah. Thinking about all those things, I actually just started talking to people about it the second time around I went to Japan, which is why I said the story last time is when I was asking the girl because I asked her, I was just like if you see me, like, would you want to be my friend? This is one of the teachers. We went out to eat one time. And I was like, would you want to be my friend if you saw me? She's like, well, like like, are we talking like honestly? And I'm like, yeah, yeah, like honest. I really want to know. She's like, oh, bye, Nine Tails. See you next time. I was like, yeah, like I really want to know, And she's like, well, no. And I was like, why? Because I really want to know why. Um, and then she was like, "Well, like I see a lot of videos and use or movies, Hollywood movies, and usually black people have guns and they're in like gangs and stuff or whatever, So like, no, if I just saw you, I wouldn't just come up to you and talk to you or nothing because I'm actually scared of you or whatever." And I'm like, "What?" But like I asked, so I'm not gonna get offended by something that I asked. Uh, Uh, but I'm not gonna get offended by asking a question, compared to a lot of the other people that ask me, you know, yeah, from Hollywood movies, kitty. I mean, I guess well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not everybody else, so I know my way of thinking. I wouldn't think that, but I mean, I guess I wasn't raised in a homogeneous country, so I mean, I don't know what I would be thinking if I was raised there, but you know, that's what she said. So like I said, I'm not gonna get mad over that, like what, why, like or whatever. And I was like, what? And then we were just talking about it. She's like, yeah, it's just different when I've never actually met a black person, and then I just met you because you're a teacher, and then like I saw you, and you're always smiling and happy, and then the students love you. My God, those students love me too much. Actually, that was one of my favorite schools. Actually, the students are amazing. I'm not gonna really say why a lot of that, but yeah, they were really amazing. And we had fun together a lot of times. They used to fight over who could get me into their class to have lunch with them. Um, which was weird. The guys love me. My God, they love me too much. And the girls they were like shy and about everything. Um, but she was like, "Yeah, all the kids always want you like in their classroom and all that stuff, and you just seem like amazing and all that." So yeah, like just because you were a teacher, it was actually easier for me to like get to know you. And she sat right next to me. She was the only other young teacher there. It was like two of us. It was me, and she was a little bit younger than me at the time. But all the other teachers, they were really old. Um, yeah, they were all really old. Um, but I mean, yeah, maybe that's another reason why we connected too, because we were both younger than all the other teachers. I don't know, but yeah, she told me about we when we were talking, she told me that, and I was like, oh wow, and then that's when I said the thing about she said, let's ask the waiters or whatever last time. So she asked the waiters, and they start to like turn red because obviously they don't want to tell you honestly, because she even asked like just say it honestly, like he's not going to get mad, but they didn't say it honestly because obviously I'm their customer. Like I said, they probably thought I would leave or something, so they wouldn't, but I mean it's whatever. But like that being able to ask and she wasn't even mad. We still, I think we hung out like two other times after that. She's like, "Wow, it's easy to talk to you." um, obviously, because I guess she thought it would. She didn't know what my response would be to her saying all the stuff, like, "Oh, black people have guns" or whatever. And she did, like I said, she did ask me, "Did I have a gun?" I was like, "No, I don't own a gun." She's like, "Oh, like, oh God." I was like, "Not all black people have guns." But yeah, she was one of the few teachers that I hung out a lot with during that time. But during that time, like I said, was the one thing I didn't have is a sense of being, I don't know, sense of being black or whatever, sense of looking at people's skin color or whatever. Um, but then I don't know. realizing all of that stuff, and then coming to Korea after that, which is like the next thing. That's when I started to realize it more. Um, but I don't know. I was just happy that I was able to talk to her about it, and then she told me the truth because that's what I really want to know. So I can, I don't know, for myself, because like I said, I think about things a lot. So I really want to know for myself if I don't know how things would go, how people view me or whatever. And also because I was running around my where I lived like every day. Except for Saturdays and Sundays. Saturdays and Sundays is the only days I took off, but I would always go on runs. I had a beautiful place where I lived actually in Japan my second time around. I also lived by this path that was filled with like sakura, like while you can run down it. It was amazing during the springtime. I think I took pictures of it sometime a long time ago. They probably in a video or something, or on my Instagram. Did I even have Instagram at the time? I don't even know, but I think I have pictures somewhere. But anyway, it was a beautiful place that I lived that time. Um, and during the times of like my runs, that's when I would notice a lot of different things, like women that were like walking by themselves, like they were like pulling their purses or whatever, like I was gonna take it or something, and I was like, wow, like like I'm just like going for a run. I don't know, and it actually confused me a lot because I'm just like, well, I go for a run like every day, like at the same time every day, Monday through Friday. So I'm like, you have had to see me before, like. I mean, I know people are scared of other people or whatever, but I was like, you have had to like see me before, but like I don't know. Um, and then I was just, I just pass them up or whatever, and then continue to do my run or whatever. But like I would notice those things, and that's one of the reasons why like I thought about it to ask the teacher in the first place. So I don't know. I wouldn't probably have asked her if I didn't notice a lot of that stuff going on. But like I said, the first time when I went to Japan, I didn't go out too much. So and when I went out, it was with friends, so I didn't possibly notice anything like that. And majority of the time, it was like home parties with everybody, so we weren't really going out. So um, the one thing, like I say, is like you don't really know a place until you actually live there. Um, can't I mean, living through other people's vlogs won't really help you because a lot of things are like unseen, or untalked about probably too. But you won't really know for yourself until you actually live there for yourself, how the culture is, how to experience those type of things, but once you go there, you realize it, and not for a trip. My God, obviously, if you guys a tourist, you're a tourist. Everybody wants money, so that's the whole thing behind all of that. Nobody's gonna really treat you bad if they're trying to take your money. But if you're living in a place, then obviously I mean, you live here, so where are you gonna go? You live here, so I don't really have to go the extra mile to like treat you differently because now you live here, so now I can really treat you how I want to because I mean your money's not really going anywhere. Um, so that that's the difference. But yeah, because of that I started to ask, and she told me, and I was happy that she told me because I don't know, it helped me wrap my head around things because I don't know, when you see people do things like I I don't know. I don't know how I was viewing it when people would pull in their purse. I didn't know if it's because I was black, if it's because I was a guy or whatever. But I mean, like there were other guys walking around, so obviously it wasn't that, I guess. But you know, I wouldn't have asked her if I didn't go through that. And then, like I said, that's the first time that it made me really think about like being black, I guess. Um, because I never experienced anything super bad in America. And even if so, I feel like even if I did, maybe because there's still more different races around you. Well, I mean, I don't know where everybody lives, but we're in Los Angeles, like there's a lot of different races everywhere. Like I had tons of different friends from all different cultures. So like I never like felt different or I felt all right. Like I said, I never looked at anybody's skin color and never said like, oh, that one's the Indian person or that one's the Mexican person or anything like that. Like there was none of that, um, from where I was. But then like being in Japan and being like the only black person where I lived or whatever, I did meet one guy from Africa one time, that was there visiting or something, for work or something like that, and I was just like, "Whoa!" He was like, "You're the only other black person I've seen here." I was like, "I'm the only one that lives here." He's like, "Oh," but that was funny. But we actually talked for a long time. I even know him. Um, but That's actually really funny. Um, but I don't know. That's where I felt it for the first time. Um, so I don't know. I went abroad to I don't know try to find myself and more of to learn to learn different languages and I don't know and to prove my Japanese friend wrong. Like no, I'm going to be able to make Japanese friends. Um, hello, Vicio. Oh no, the video will be up later. Um, so I didn't. It was a roller coaster. Just so many things that I don't know. I didn't. I felt like, and my whole mindset behind everything is I felt like if you showed, if you're a nice person or whatever, if you show that you're a kind person, if you try to help people, then I just assumed which is stupid, obviously, is I just assume that because you're being a nice person to other people, that because of that, like they would know you. So I don't know. I guess like hearing her say that, but then just realizing how much like I don't know, feeling that I was a good person, I guess, or that I'm not the type of person that would do anything bad to others, or like not with that mentality to go around, I don't know, stealing or hitting people or whatever. I don't know, whatever people have in their mind about me or whatever. Like, I don't know, it that's I guess more I think about it now than I did before because, like I said, I never thought about it, but now like everything which sucks now. I hate it actually. Being abroad, it just always makes me think about my race all the time now, and I never did that before, and I actually hate it. I hate that. I really do hate thinking about it all the time. Um, and then I thought about coming to I talked to her about it. Did I talk to other people? I think I asked a few other people, but besides that, I do know that trying to do what is it? Trying to make friends was like the most difficult because a lot of people like I said, me asking her, I asked you specifically something, and yeah, I think I don't know. Maybe people do get mad in other places too, but maybe just depends on the person. But I never met somebody that asked me like, well, how do you really feel? Like, how do you feel about Japan or whatever? And then me being able to like just say it, and then they were like just okay with it. Um, it always ends with I have too much prejudice towards Japanese people, and and it'd be hard to be my friend because of that or something. But all of that was just like, but like that's why I told you in the beginning that I really don't want to tell you how I feel about it because you can't tell everybody everything. So generally I would just say like, oh, it's like okay. And then like, well, why is it okay or whatever? And I'm like, oh, this, but like, I mean, it wasn't like too much. Um, they're like, well, do you have any bad experiences here? And I'm like, well, I do, but like, I don't want to tell you about it. And like, why not? Same conversation with many, many, many of people. I don't want to tell you about it because you're gonna get offended about it. Oh no, I don't get offended. I'm very open minded. as it went with all other 100 people that I met or tried to create friends with, because I mean, that's generally the question that anybody would ask you over time, I guess, after living there. Um, Obviously, it didn't work. I had just too big of a discrimination against other people and stuff like that, and I'm just like, that's why I didn't want to tell you. But like I said, I don't really like lying to people, so I after but I started to what I started to do is I started to really like hold out on saying it. Like they'd be like, oh, and I'd be like, maybe I'll tell you another day. But like the other days when we met up, it's the only thing they really want to talk about. And I'm just like, God. So yeah, that, like I said, never really ended. Never really started or whatever. I met one good Japanese person, or I made one good Japanese friend my second time around using Hello Talk. Oh, I hated Hello Talk. I said that last time. um, I actually deleted it like after meeting him. Um, but we're not friends anymore. That was actually before I went to Japan my third time. Which I'll get into after the Korea thing, because it's kind of similar to the Korea thing, why that didn't work, I guess. Um, but then like during that time, I started planning to come to Korea. I was planning to come to Korea. I was actually planning to come to Korea a few different times. I was going to come with my Korean friend, um, my half Korean friend at the time. She's like half Korean, half Chinese. We're gonna come together, but it was very difficult for us to find a job. And that's one of the first times I started looking up stuff on Korea, and the majority of it was just like how hard it is being black there or whatever. And I was like, whoa. And the one thing you can do coming abroad is teaching English or whatever, because everybody's looking for an English teacher. But in Korea, it was a lot different. Hello, Kelly. In Korea is a lot different. Korea has a lot more standards when it comes to teaching, I guess, than Japan. The only good thing about Japan really is like they don't really judge you by race or sex when it comes to finding a job in Japan. But in Korea, yes, they do. Um, it was, what was it? Obviously, race plays a huge thing in finding a job here, and sex does too, because only women can nurture kids and only women can teach kids. So I was like, what? But I looked that up years ago. How long ago? 7 years ago. And this is actually because I was thinking about coming to Korea during that about 7 years ago. I was thinking about coming to Korea instead of going back to Japan the second time. Um, but it was, like I said, it was hard for me to find a job. Um, so in Korea, you could be a Hollywood movie star. I highly doubt it. um, what is it? We were applying, and it wasn't working. I applied to so many different places, and nobody would even nobody would even respond to me during the time. So I was just like, um, we tried for a whole year. I even got all the documents I needed. And Korea is a lot harder to get to become a teacher here. You have to get so many extra documents to become a teacher in Korea. You have to get like what is it? You have to get a background check, but then the background check has to be certified, or wait, no, no. Oh wait, it has to be verified by like Washington D.C. and then certified. Wait, then wait, not verified, then apostilled or something like that. Like it's a ridiculous process. Because I mean it's like unheard of. Like trying to get a job in America, you just your company, you fill out the paper and can we do a background check? Yes, and then boom, your job does it. They just send it and then whatever the cops say or whatever, then okay, boom, you got the job or whatever. But like coming to Korea, like takes a long time um, to get all the documents, and it takes a lot of money to get the documents too, because you have to send it to, you have to go and then you get all your fingerprints, but then you have to send it to the FBI bureau or something like that in Washington D.C. Then they send it back to you, and then you send it to somebody else to get apostilled, which is like, I don't know, somebody in another place in Washington. I don't know, it's ridiculous. um, and I did all that. It took me months to do that too. It took me like two or 3 months to do that, all that stuff. Um, hello, Jasmine. It was a lot easier to get your what is it, your degree apostilled, because as long as you have a degree from a valid university, which as long as it says, pretty much as long as it says like University of California or whatever, then, or probably like state of, or well, I guess it doesn't have to be California, right? University, I don't know, some of the, I feel like if it's from America, it was just easy to get apostilled. I don't know, but I got that apostilled fairly quickly. That took like 2 or 3 days, but the background check thing took a long time. You just have to send it, wait for it to be processed, and then received, and then you have to send it out again, and I have to do all that. And then after that, we were trying to find a job, and it wasn't working. Then we were looking up so many things, and I don't know. Like I said, and I kind of tell everybody else, like even if you oh, okay, kitty. I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Even if you watch people's vlogs or whatever, it's still good to kind of experience the world for yourself, right? Can't really. I mean, you can kind of live through other people's experiences a little bit, but if you do have the mindset, like even if yeah, some of the stuff that I say, which is actually truthful, even if it's still something that's still not good, and but you still have the dream to go, it is still good to do it for yourself, to figure out how it will work for you. I mean, there's a lot of factors. I wasn't in the right place, um, wasn't at the right place at the right time. I don't know. I wasn't going to school when I should have, or whatever. I wasn't in this kind of workforce or whatever. There's a lot of different things that play into different aspects of your life and the people that you meet. So I mean, I don't really know. Um, but for me, obviously, it's been very, very difficult. A lot of different majority of the time. Um, but yeah, like I said, during that time, before I was going to come back to Japan the first time, I got all the necessary documents to come to Korea, and the documents last 6 months, and then you have to renew them, which is pay all the money again, pretty much. If you don't use it, obviously, because I guess in 6 months' time, I guess you could commit a crime or whatever. Well, I mean, obviously, you could commit a crime the next day, but you already have the documents or whatever. No one would really know. But the documents last 6 months or whatever. So in that time, we were able to try to look for a job, and I tried so many places, and nobody would take me. So after that, I was like, well, I'm not gonna pay. Like $300 and something dollars or something. I paid a lot of money. Well, to me, that's a lot of money. To like, well, for some documents, right? I don't know. Is that not a lot of money? I don't know. But anyway, I paid like $300 for all that stuff, and I was like, I'm not about to do that again. And then like not even have a guarantee, because first what they ask you is like for you to contact them, they want you to already have the documents ready. Um, but it's no guarantee that will actually give you the job. So you pay all the money, but it's no guarantee that you'll get the job or whatever. And I was like, that doesn't seem like too good or whatever. But that was the first time. I tried for 6 months with my friend. We didn't get any jobs for 6 months, so we gave up. Oh, Kelly, what? Kelly, what'd you do? You paid and you didn't go? What happened? um, but what is it? I paid and didn't get in. And I was like, cool, whatever. Maybe it's like I'm not meant to go back to. Maybe it's maybe I'm not meant to go to Korea. Um, so I was like, okay, so back to Japan. And then yeah, I told you I had that I had to have a third surgery out of nowhere. So maybe that was my sign that I wasn't supposed to go back to Japan, and I just didn't view that as a sign because I don't know. I got the good thing that said like, well, we'll hold it off for a year. So it's like, what company does that? I don't know. Maybe a lot of them. I'm just crazy. I was just like, okay, whatever. But during this time, well, my last time when I first came to when I first came to Korea, I thought about doing it myself. Me and my friend, we came up with a lot of different possibilities. One, one was because I'm black and it's harder. Second one is because she was Korean. There's also a thing with being Korean and finding Korean. I guess being a teacher there, it's a little bit harder. She said so. That could be the reason why I wasn't getting it, or the other one was because we are trying to go together, and they really didn't have placements for two teachers in the same location or whatever. Like there was so many factors, and we didn't really know. So then again, I tried. What's that like 2 years ago now? Two and a half, something like that. Um, which is actually was that before? I don't know if it was before Charlotte decided she was going back, she was going to Korea, or it was after the fact. I feel like it was before. I don't know, but I can't remember. But anyway, I didn't tell anybody that I was going anyway, and then she said she was going or whatever. I don't really remember how that happened, but that was like, whoa, we're both going together, kind of thing. So, but even that, I applied again, and I was because I wanted to experience something new. I was in Japan for at that time 2.5 years, and I'm like, I didn't accomplish none of the things that I really want to accomplish. So I was like, maybe it's time to like, I hate saying give up because then I'm getting mad at myself, but maybe like give up, I guess, and try something new, try a different country. Um, I'm half Korean, have been there many times. The country is overrated. I think Japan is better in many small ways. uh, um, so what is it? I applied. I did the whole process again, like I said. The only thing is I found it, man, I was searching. I was like, there has to be an easier way to do this. And there was just one company. Well, first there was a few different things. One is I'm not in America. I was in Japan at the time and I was trying to come to Korea. So I was trying to figure out how I can get everything done without being in America, which was very, very difficult. Um, yeah, it was. But I found a way because there was this company called Curvia, maybe it was, that they have this whole kind of setup because they specialize in sending people from like, I think it was America or maybe any part of the world, I don't know, to Korea to teach or whatever. But you don't have to actually be going through Curvia. I couldn't go through Curvia because you needed a teaching certificate. And it's not the main job that I want to do, which is the one reason why I don't want to get a teaching certificate or what's it test teaching English, say TESOL maybe. uh, TESOL, I think it's TESOL, teaching English a second. Why don't I know how to say that? Teaching English and teaching English. Well, it's not important. But that's why I didn't want to get a certificate either because I felt if I get a certificate, then I might as well just be a teacher. But I'm like, I really want to work in entertainment, so that's not. So I've always tried to find jobs that didn't have to do that. In Japan, you don't need a teaching certificate. You don't need a TESOL to teach. In Korea, majority of the times you do need one. Um, maybe it's I don't know. I figured it maybe it's because if you have a teaching certificate, then maybe you really want to be a teacher. So maybe you'll be there for a long time. Is what I assumed why people would want somebody who has a teaching certificate. Um, I mean, it's just like, well, I don't know why people. Well, no, I do know about the bachelor's thing. Bachelor's, you need a bachelor's to get, what is it? To get a visa when you want to live abroad. unless you're going for like school or whatever. I think you have to have a bachelor's. It's just part of it when going to immigration. Yeah, you have to have one. I was trying to figure out if you can just go through a regular job and be sponsored abroad, but I think you have to have one because every time I went to immigration, I had to show them my certificate. I don't know if that's based on the job because maybe to be a teacher you need to have a certificate. Maybe that's well, I did get an instructor visa, so that could be why. So maybe that's why I had to have a bachelor's degree. I don't know. I do know in Korea you do need one, but that could be the same thing. It could be only if you're teaching um, English. I don't really know the other standards for getting jobs in Korea, so I couldn't really say. Or in Japan, I guess, because I was only teaching at the time when I was in Japan and in Korea. Well, the first time around. Now, no, that's not true. Okay, no, because now I'm not teaching, but for me to get my visa this time, I just need a company sponsorship. So no, well, at least in Korea, I guess. I guess it just depends on what kind of job you're going to do. But for the job of teaching, you do need a teaching certificate. You do need a bachelor's, at least. And the second would be like some kind of certificate if you have one. So what? Applied and I got all the stuff through through a little thing on Curvy or whatever, and I was excited about that because I found a way to get it all done. And then during that time is when I got pulled over by the cops again for like the billionth time in Japan or whatever, and I had like the big thing with like the cops surrounding me in Japan that I talked about in like like three different vlogs while I was in Japan. My second time some time ago. Um, it's kind of long vlogs, but yeah, I guess if anybody doesn't know about that, those there's those to watch. Um, more another emotional time to that. Yeah, I was very not happy about that in Japan too, but that was during that time when I was applying to go to Korea. Because I was applying, and you have to get like the fingerprints to do your scans. But in Japan, they don't do fingerprints. So when I was asking them to do the fingerprints, everybody kept asking me why do I want to do fingerprints, and I think me asking that I want to do fingerprints in Japan, maybe they thought like I did something wrong because Japanese people don't do fingerprints to find jobs or anything like that. So I think I don't know, because they were like, why do you need fingerprints? And I'm like, well, I'm using it for something in America. And like, I thought I don't know, me asking the police for fingerprints, I maybe in Japanese eyes, it seemed like I did something bad. I don't know. That's how I just took it at the time because they were very like what? Like, and I had to repeat it so many times to so many different police officers. Like, it's just for something, a job in America. It's just what Americans do or whatever. And they said, well, we don't do that in Japan. And I'm just like, I know. I'm just asking, is it a way for me to get it done here? And they do take it, I guess, if you're a criminal only, but they don't do it if you're looking for a job because they don't do that in Japan. So finally found somebody to go and get that done. Whatever. Like I said, some other bad things happened during that time. So, uh, but yeah, there's a vlog on that and a video on that, three or something like that. It was a whole process, but I finally got that taken care of. The courier site helped me, and I was able to receive all my stuff. They sent everything to my mom, and my mom sent it to me. Wait, no, my mom sent it to actually my job in Korea. Because the courier thing was quick. Like, it was like they finished everything in like a few days or a week or something like that. Like, it was a lot quicker than when I tried to go a longer time ago, like 7 years ago or whatever. I really like that. That it was a lot quicker. Did it cost more? I think it cost less. Yeah, I think it cost less too. It even had everything expedited. because expedited was like 2-3 days or something. No, did I? No, I didn't do expedite because it was no need. I mean, no, it's not. That information is not needed. But anyway, I think expedite was like 1 day, like they'll send it to you like overnight or something. And then they had like another one that was like 2 to 3 days, and they had the regular, which is like 7 days. And I was like, still, that's better than the 3 months that I waited last time. So I think I just had it regular. I can't remember, but my mom sent it to the school and I found a job. But even that, the second time finding a job in Korea was still difficult. Um, I applied to so many different places again, and even by myself, I cannot find a job here. Um, yeah, it's just ridiculous. And then finally, I was looking up so many different ways. I'm like, man, this is like the second time I done paid a lot of money for these documents, and I'm not going to even be able to go. I'm like, I was very unhappy, so I was trying to find ways to go, and then somebody's like, check Craigslist or something. It was like on some kind of site on here. I was trying to find so many ways. Like check Craigslist. So then I started going on Craigslist to look up stuff, and then I found some other people, and then I was like, okay, so these are some places that I've never seen before. But they were like recruiters or something, which I didn't even know at the time. I thought they were just actual job from the schools, but they were like recruiters. And two recruiters contacted me, and which I found out after that because they said, "Oh, we're a recruiter," and I'm like, well, "Why wouldn't you just say like I'm a recruiter or something?" Um, because that would help me. So it's pretty much like I had to get interviewed by the recruiter, and then I had to get interviewed by the school. It was a lot. But when I did that, when I applied on Craigslist, I did find two jobs quicker. Well, that was at the end of like my 3 months or the end of like 3 months or something of searching. Um, and I got both of those at the same time, but one was a little closer to Seoul and one was a little bit further out. And I thought like, oh well, if I really want to do like modeling and stuff, I need to be closer to Seoul. So I took the one that was closer to Seoul. Um, I think it was like it paid like $100 more to a month. I think it did, or two, something like that. So I was like, yeah, and I get more money, so why not? Um, let's see. So then I was excited because then like I'm getting to try a new place. I'm gonna go to Korea now, finally, after trying for so many years to go to Korea. Um, which same thing. It was just I don't know. I was just trying to figure out myself and where I belonged and what is it and learning languages. So that's what I did. I got on the plane and I came to Korea for the first time about 2 years ago, and coming here, I came here, whatever. Everything was pretty cool. Um, let's see. It was hard because I didn't know any Korean like at all. My God, I didn't know what anybody was saying. Jesus. Uh, like I was just following people. But the good thing about it is since I came with a school, they had like my name on a sign or whatever, and they're like, "There's gonna be somebody with your name on the sign." I was like, "Cool." So I saw that, but at first, that took me some time at first because I was like, "I don't know if it's gonna be in like Hangul or is it just going to be in like what's it? Oh yeah, how do you in American letters?" I was so confused. I'm like, I hope it's in American letters because if not, I am not going to get to the school. Um, and then yeah, it was American letters, and it took me some time to find them, but I found them, and then we left, and it's pretty cool. They paid for like the taxi and all that stuff. They paid for my ticket there, my plane ticket there too, and I came to Korea for the first time. Um, and I don't know. I thought it would get better after that because I did finally find a job. I got to travel abroad with my best friend. She's gonna be close to me, so like that's gonna be cool because I won't be alone. I'll have somebody there with me. So like even if there's like hard times, you still have each other, kind of thing. Um, so I came here, but it was still difficult friend wise and all that stuff. Uh, had a lot of different those. I guess the the most popular ones was like the one where I like waited for to meet this guy for like 5 hours, and then 5 hours in, where what was that in like in Hongdae, because he went drinking the night before. We were supposed to meet up, and I was excited because I was like, I'm about to shoot a vlog and have fun, because I'm actually meeting somebody. And then I wasn't, like I said, I was a little bit out of Seoul, so it took me, well, yeah, it took me like 2 hours to get to that place. But then um, we set up a time or whatever, so I was heading there at that time, and then what is it? He told me like while I was going there that, oh, I'm just going to sleep or whatever, and I'm like, just going to sleep. I was like, what? Because I didn't know he was going out or what, or he went out the night before. But since we had plans to meet up early in the morning or whatever, I would just assume that he would just go home and then we would meet. But yeah, he didn't do that. So then he said, I'm just gonna sleep for a few hours, but I live like right next to Hongdae or whatever, so it'll be cool. Like I'll still see you. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, whatever. I'm like, it does take me like 2 hours to get there. So I'm like, give or take, I don't know, if it sleeps for a few hours, whatever. But no, I ended up, I was on the train. I even got there, and then I waited about like 5 hours. And then he woke up. He's like, sorry, I overslept. I missed my alarm and all this stuff. And I was like, okay, whatever. I was just walking around, just waiting anyway. Oh, bye bye. um, so, so then, what is it? I don't know. It was like difficult or whatever. But like I don't know. For me, I was like I don't know. I've never been here before, and I don't want to. What is it? I don't like to write things off because I don't, like I said, I've never experienced anything, and it was my first time coming there, to Korea and so forth. And like I said, you should always experience things for yourself. Like I said, I saw so many bad things, but I don't know. I still feel like everybody should see everything for themselves, and experience it for themselves. And yeah, I don't know. It was very difficult, and I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I always feel like if I don't know if it's like I'm coming to certain things at the wrong time or whatever. But I always try to relate that to like I don't know how I can be a better person and do things like differently or better and so forth. But like I don't know. I think it's been a very like I don't know hard road for me for a long time, and with that and like everything going on, like I said, back home with like my friend, and so forth, and not even being able to attend the was it the funerals now because now there's a second one. I'm like, I don't even know. I don't know. Majority of the time, it's just like I don't know. I feel like maybe like I was like, was it like really worth coming abroad? Like, did I? Because I didn't really accomplish everything that I wanted to accomplish while I was here. Um, I guess if you do have like things bad going on back home that you really need to like go and take care of, it's like hard to like do it because especially now, like I said, you can't even go back. So I'm not gonna be able to. I didn't see the other funeral, and I won't be able to see this one either because I won't be at home. But I always think like, was I supposed to come out the second time or the third time, or should I have stayed back home? And then even now, somebody asked about like what I'm doing now. If I started modeling, and no, I did not start modeling here because you do need a visa. And when I came to Korea now the second time, um, I came to do the interview and I found my place. And then I was supposed to leave and then come back to Korea. But then I got stuck here because of the virus. So I can't leave Korea to basically come back. You have to leave, go to immigration, and then come back. So I can't leave and come back, which is to get my visa because there's no countries to actually enter around here. So no, which I don't know. It continues my thing of like I'm like, wow, do I just like have bad luck when it comes to like doing these type of things? Because I don't know. Even my mom was saying it, which is when she's like, wow, she's like, you were so excited because you finally joined the company and so forth, and then you can't even get your visa now. I'm like, yeah. Not only that, it's all what I have right now is based. My staying here is based off of what I saved up for amount of time, or whatever, my savings over time, and then what is it? I'm using that right now to stay in Korea, well, to stay alive, I guess, pretty much, until I can pretty much get my visa. But then, like, I don't even know when the countries are going to be opening back up. One of my best bets was Japan, but Japan's not doing good right now. So, because Japan's not doing good right now, I can't really go back to Japan. Japan was supposed to be closed from like all of April, but apparently nobody was really following what was going on in Japan. So like it's gonna probably be closed for another, I don't know, another month. Who knows? I don't even know. That was the one place I was hoping to go back to so I can get my visa. But any other place near here too. I mean, I guess everywhere is closed. So pretty much. So because of that, I even came at the wrong time. I want to say maybe I should have went back to Japan early. Well, yeah, maybe I should have went back to, but then I would have had to do quarantine because I came to Korea. I don't know. I really don't know. I do know that when I signed up for the company at the first time, there was like a thing about like paying or whatever, because you pay for your visas, and then the lady was saying like there's going to be a difference of like $500 if I did it abroad compared to like coming to Korea and doing the whole interview process and whatever. So I said, well, I'll just go to Korea. I mean, like if I'm going to go there to be in the company anyway, then I'll just go there and do it. So I came here and did all that, but then I got trapped here. And still, not only that, she kind of lied because she said it'd be a difference of $500. But then when I did it, they were like, no, actually, it's not a difference of $500. So technically, if she told me the right information, I would have already had my visa when I came to Korea this second time. But because of that, I started the process later, and now I'm just like pretty much. Well, I'm not trapped here. I guess I could go back to America. That's the one thing I can do. I would still probably be in quarantine for some time because no matter where you go now, I guess you would have to remain in quarantine for some time when you return back home. So I don't know. I think the majority of the past few weeks. No, well, I've been here for like 2 months, but the past few weeks I've really been like thinking of like what to do next because I don't know. A lot of times now is trying to figure out like what I want to do. I know what I want to do, but it just seems so difficult to like do what I want to do. And like I said, I've been having trouble for a long time doing or accomplishing the goals that I want to accomplish. And like even now, like doing this and like getting this far, like, well, I mean, granted, I don't really know if I would receive jobs here because you apply for the visa and then after that then you can start applying for jobs, but you have to have the visa. But since I don't have the visa yet, I don't really know how it would work out here. um, I mean, I'm hoping that it's better than the teaching. If it is, then it should be okay. But if it's not better than teaching, then it won't be okay, I guess. But since I don't have my visa yet, I can't even try that or just see how that would go or whatever. So that's like the one step. But since I can't get that, right now, at least, I guess. Like, I don't even know um, everything going on back home and so forth. And I'm just like, I just don't, I don't know. A lot of times I just don't know. So I constantly think about things. The one thing is like, what will I be like? Will I even maintain doing YouTube for a long time? Um, how will it go with YouTube? How will it go with Instagram? Like, how will it go with like modeling when that time comes? Like, there's just so much that I don't know, and I always wonder like, and I'm sure that I'm not the only person that thinks like that or thinks about how things would go or wanting, I don't know, wanting the best life for yourself, maybe wanting things to go hopefully positive for a change or something like that. If you want to view it in those kind of standards. Um, but I don't know, that's pretty much what I've been thinking. And then, it's just, I don't know, been very, very tough to maintain, I guess, the positivity when dealing with like all that stuff and like the stuff back home and not even being able to, I don't know, to know where you're gonna go. And like even now, since since I said, it's just money that I had saved up. I'm using my savings pretty much, which I'll probably run out soon. So then like it would come to the point of like, what would I do? Would I just go back to America if I can't get my visa? Because if I don't get my visa, I can't start working at all. If there's a chance that I would get stuff here, but I don't know, just a lot that that I've been thinking about recently. Hmm. Yes. So that is, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty much it on the whole life thing. And I don't know, just trying to figure and plan everything out. But yeah. I'm just hoping that one day I do figure it all out, I guess, or what I'm actually meant to do or what I will do. Um I don't know. Maybe I'm tired of searching. Searching is just like the hardest thing. I hate so many different aspects of doing that. I don't know. I rather it be set so that I know, or I don't know, something that told me like, you're really gonna do this, and it's gonna come at this time. Because I'm like, wow, it's been a long time. Um, it's so it's I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'll figure it out. I guess. Hello. Probably gonna take some more time, but um, I don't know. I guess the two options now I'm left with is debating on if I'll just end up going back to America soon, um, or if what is it, or if I'll just try to hold out for what is it for I don't know. I honestly don't even know because I don't know how long this virus, or well, I don't even, I mean this virus is everywhere, but I just don't know how long, what the closing of countries is going to last. That's the thing. If I go back to America, I'm not coming back. That's the one thing I know. I know if I end up going back to America, that's going to be it for me. If I happen to get like gigs to come abroad or whatever, and then yeah, but I don't think I would probably come back and live abroad unless it was probably in another country in the West. Probably after that, I think. Has quarantine alone in Japan before? I'm in Korea right now, but Japan, Japan's not doing so well. Japan's not doing well at all. They were on lockdown for, I don't know. I don't know if it's complete lockdown because you can still do whatever you want. Nothing's enforced, but that was only supposed to be for a month. That's supposed to be from April 1st to April 30th, and then hopefully things will get better. But from recent news, they're still like locked down for who knows how long because as they say, Japanese people weren't listening. and the virus is still spreading in Japan. So because of that, no, it's gonna be closed longer. So I don't know when Japan's gonna open back up. So I don't know when I'll be able to go back there. Um, but if you're in Japan and if you leave right now, then you're locked out of Japan unless you are a Japanese. What's it? Resident? Maybe no, no, not resident. Japanese. Eh? Unless you're Japanese. Japanese, no, because Japanese passport holder. I don't know something, but it's very very specific. Only like one type of one group of people they'll let in. I think you just have to be Japanese. But even if you're like married or something like that, like if you leave, then you're just maybe citizen. Yeah, Japanese citizen. But then I wonder because like if you change the Japanese citizenship, I wonder if they would still well they would have to let you in because you're a Japanese citizen. So yeah, I would just say yeah Japanese citizen. Um, then you can still enter Japan. But if you're not a Japanese citizen, then no, you would be locked out of Japan. Um, right now. I don't even know if that's everywhere or not. Probably the same. I want to say. I think America's like that too right now. I think for American, you have to be American to go back. I think, or are they not taking anybody? I don't even know. My information on this is like pretty much low. I have been trying to find ways to get my visa pretty much because that's the only thing that I can try to do. But yeah, that's been like a battle, honestly. And I need to. What is it? This is the third. So I also need to try to apply for a visa extension, or I need to figure out if I'm just gonna go back to America. I don't even know. I really don't. I don't know what I'm going to do next. Honestly, everything didn't. I don't know. Like I said, for a long time, everything just hasn't been going. I've never had luck on my side. I want to say never. Mm. If you don't realize that you said was rude, then I feel sorry for you. See? What? Huh? I don't even know. I don't know what happened. Oh, let me see. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I didn't know. Have you thought of being a counselor or mentor, Kai? I did actually. Wait, I thought about being a psychiatrist. When I was trying to figure out what kind of doctor I want to be, I did try to. I thought maybe a psychiatrist would be okay because I do like listening to people. I like listening to people and giving back. Um, so I thought psychiatry would be something or something in that kind of field. That was what I was no, but it wasn't what I was really going for. But I thought that would be a good fit for me. But at the time of trying to become a doctor, I was going for neurosurgeon. So I took a lot of neuropsychology classes at the time. My God, did I forget everything? It's been a long time though. But that was one of the things that I was going for some years ago to be a doctor and neurosurgeon. Boy, would I've had a lot of loans if I continued that. I'm sure we all have felt unlucky, but I admire your motivation to reach multiple goals. You should be proud of what you've accomplished. Don't worry too much. I think that's the hardest thing because a lot of people say I guess when I talk to like my friends about it or whatever, everybody has like their own different like um way of thinking about it. Like Greg, you're like going abroad, you're learning languages. It's stuff that like other people can't do. So like other people are probably jealous that you be able to do that or whatever. But then like at the same time, people don't realize that you still like if you're still back home, you still have like the hopefully, I hope everybody has a good life wherever they're at. But like if you're back home, you still have like your close friends, so you don't have to go out and like find new ones. which I feel like that's probably difficult. Um, you still have hoping everybody's family is also good too. You still have your family and stuff like that. Um, and you don't, I don't know, you probably wouldn't have anything that comes with like a kind of barrier when it comes to like languages or anything like that. You don't have that either. And like, yeah, you do get to go out and experience the world and you get to live abroad and learn languages and hopefully build something for yourself. But if you can't achieve those, then you're also looking back home to like the people that's back home, like, but you still have like family, friends, everybody's still able to hang out with each other and all that, and like you don't have that where you are. So it's like, I guess, looking through it through other people's eyes or whatever, what you see and then how you actually feel. um it's like two different things. uh yeah, because that especially recently, um was it my the kids back home. So I told you my mom, well, she's adopted a few kids actually, or in the process. I don't really know what the process is right now because everything's shut down in America or whatever. But like even them, one I saw before I left, two maybe. One was a baby, and the second one, whenever I call back home or and talk to my mom or whatever, and they'd be like, "Who's that?" And then my mom's like, "That's your brother." And he's like, "What brother?" And then my mom says my name, and I have the same name as my dad, so they'd be like, "That's dad," and I'm like, she's like, "No, that's your brother." He's, I don't have another brother. I'm like, oh god. Obviously, they don't know me. They don't know me at all. What's it? I saw one, like one was a baby, and then the other one was about 1 or 2 maybe when I left. But when you're younger, you don't remember everything. You don't remember anything past like a day or something. So now, like every day when I call, like, oh, I have another brother. I'm like, oh god, like we had this conversation yesterday. Um, but I don't know. It's funny, but at the same time, like I do miss that I can't see them grow up. Um, or I'm not close enough to go back, or I'm not. What does it make it? Even that making enough money to just go back whenever I wanted to see. I mean, I haven't been back to America in like 3 years. My God, uh, yeah, like three and a half years, whatever, something like that. So during that time, they grew up and they don't know me at all. Um, Actually, I don't even see my mom. Well, I mean, my mom does see my pictures, but I mean, yeah, they don't really know me at all. So they always ask about me the same amount. Like who's that? And I'm like, but yeah, I don't know, certain things that I look at and I'm like, wow, I can't even like be able to see that because I'm abroad. I don't know. So like I said, it just depends on how you view things and how you see things depending on the person. Every People have their own different take on everything, and some people see it differently than others. But no, I still envy people for being back at home too, because like I said, like you're around people that you know. You don't have to go through the whole process of like trying to meet new people and stuff. Um, like even now, like now it's like a job for me because I'm not working because I can get my visa or whatever. But if you're back home, you don't have to worry about a visa, right? Because you're at home. And I don't even mean home as in the aspect of being home, because for me, like your home can be wherever you want it to be. As long as you set up like that kind of what's it kind of your own family, because I don't know, I feel like not all families are the best. There's a lot of families out there that are just not good for the actual people inside them. So for me, families is just like what you kind of like put together kind of yourself. People that you can rely on, trust, and stuff like that, like those are like your family, not just always blood, because there's a lot of things that can happen from just from like blood relatives, and I've seen that a lot in my life too. um so I don't know, so because of all that, I felt like family is what you actually make of it. It's the people that you invite into your life. It's the people that you consider family more than just blood, because I mean, like, what does blood really get you? um, so yeah, but that like if I was back home and I had all that stuff, like I don't know, it'd be I don't know, it could be different. I don't know because I'm not back home, so I don't really know. But I do, like I said, I do envy people for being still being at home too. Um, s- hmm. What other languages are you interested in? Let me see. I've learned Spanish. I learned Spanish for 4 years in high school. The reason why I want to learn Spanish is because of where my mom's from. My mom's from Belize, and there's a lot of Spanish speakers there. It's a mixture of different languages in Belize, actually. So I want to learn Spanish because my mom didn't know Spanish. She forgot like majority of it though, because she doesn't use it, but she did know it. Didn't even teach it to me, whatever. But so that was one that I want to learn is Spanish. So I did that for like 4 years. The only reason why I didn't continue Spanish and I did go to Japanese to begin with is because I took Spanish in high school. My university wanted me to take a test, and I was like, "But what if I just want to start all over?" And I said, "No, you have to take a test." I'm like, "But I can't because the since I told you I was my schedule was like six to 2:30 or whatever, and I was always trying to maintain that. The tests were always in between my labs because labs were like 3 to 4 hours. So the, the Spanish tests were always in between some kind of lab or something. So I couldn't possibly take the Spanish test unless I didn't go to lab, and I can't not go to lab because lab you would miss a lot for one, and every lab was a part of your grade. So I just gave up on the ideal of taking Spanish while I was in college. But that was actually my main goal was to take Spanish in college. Then I started liking Japanese music, and then I was like, "Ooh, why not learn Japanese?" Besides that, the only other one I want to learn is Korean, and that's because I met amazing Korean friends while I was in university. So that became my third language. After that, I just thought like I might as well learn China was in Mandarin. I thought I should just learn Mandarin. I was like, I might as well just complete all. After that, so it'd be like I don't know. At that point, I guess it'd be like English, Spanish. I want to do Spanish again. Japanese, Korean, and maybe Mandarin. And then after that, I want to learn two European languages. Um, I haven't decided on which, but I have a lot of good German friends. So I was thinking German, but I heard it's really hard. And yeah, but I just want to complete seven. I don't even know. The only main ones I had, the real main one that I had was Spanish though, and then after that it became like Japanese and Korean, and that's just because I met some wonderful people and because I was coming to Japan. Um, I guess that it can be explained as when you come from the melting pot in the world to a very homogeneous country, there's probably a bigger focus on race and skin color than in USA. Yeah, but I think there are parts of the USA that are still like probably um still homogeneous, maybe not to the extent of like Japan or Korea, maybe, but I think there's still parts where there's just only one race, right? I don't know. I'm just assuming because I haven't lived in everywhere in America. I've only lived in California, um, so I don't really know. But yeah, that's also what I was thinking. I guess I do miss the fact that there's just tons of different people everywhere. So maybe it's no, I mean, you see every day America's fighting something, some kind of racism or something like that. But I don't know, maybe just the fact that there's just a lot of people there that it's easier, maybe. Um, but mm, that is something that I do miss. Mm, da, 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 da. Ninetales, happy you remember me. Mm, kidding. Okay, okay, pretty much did all that. Lauren, stay safe. Okay. I know that feeling, but you accomplish a lot more than me. Haha. World mini personality in one, I guess. Hmm. Crash the car. I guess pretty much all of that I saw. Mm, oh no, males and females to be friends. Ah, yeah, that's it. Actually, that's a pretty big one. I feel like a majority of the time, um, I don't know, being abroad especially. I don't know if I experienced that in America really. Did I? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's common to have any kind of friends, but like coming to Asia was a little bit different because it's very male female based. So if you just hang out with somebody that's just a female, or somebody that's just a male and you're a female or something like that, they just assume that you're dating or something, or you're, I guess if that person has like a husband or a wife, that you're cheating or something, and it's like what? Well, you can't just be friends. um, but I think I experienced that a few times just because I feel like I tend to have more girlfriends than guy friends. So the girlfriends that I had abroad, I guess you would know like the main person people assume was something was like going on with. Um, thank you, Kai. Wait, I'm late. I just joined. Please. Oh yeah, that's yeah, right. That too. It's not stupid. What is judging via what you see from a movie? I guess if it's from a movie, there's no other way to actually see somebody unless you meet them. But I don't know. I guess I don't. It. I base everything off of meeting people, and I hope that I don't know. You just hope that you can get a great friendship with the people that you are, build a great friendship with the people that you meet. I would assume, and enjoy your life like while you're abroad, because I don't know, you never know how many times you'll be able to go to abroad, and like living abroad, that's like a huge step too for a lot of people. That's a lot of planning usually, unless you're me, um, and a lot of money that you have to like set aside so that you can accomplish all those things too. And I didn't I didn't do that too well. Um, but yeah, I guess with all that, the only people that you would tend to see would be, if you come from a homogeneous place, would just be the same people. So I guess you just have an aspect of what's on TV compared to getting to know them. Maybe I don't really know, because everybody thinks differently. Mm, that was a smoke screen on their part, looking for the excuse to not hang with you. um, oh, Greg, you would be great friends to have. You don't know what they're missing out on. Yeah, but I guess at that point, nobody really cares because they probably already have their group of friends. The one thing I do know about Asia in general, I don't know if it's all of Asia, but I know in Japan and Korea, a kind of thing is like generally the people that you like grow up with are your friends. Um, so maybe at that point, maybe you just don't really want to make friends. Usually, the people that you grow up with in school are the people that you hang out with majority of the time, and they are your closest friends. Or yeah, and your family. Your family is your closest thing, no matter how bad they treat you. Because I've seen some people get treated very bad by their family abroad, but like they still consider them number one. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of dedication, because I couldn't do that. I mean, I can't do that right now, but yeah, everybody, the mindset of people is different. So It's a lot different between people because yeah, when people treat me bad, I don't want to be around them. I don't really care who they are, even if they're family. I don't really want to deal with it. But I met a lot of people that even their family treats them bad, and they're just like, oh, well, they're family. Like what? Um, but yeah, because you grew up with those people, no matter how bad or whatever they could treat you, you still keep them along because they're the people you grew up with. Kind of aspect of things compared to I don't know if it's all parts of it, America though. I just know for me it was a lot easier, or for the people I was around. I don't know how things works from how I was viewing it. It seemed like people made friends pretty easily. Not like they stayed friends all the time. Sometimes people end up not being friends. That happens, I guess. Um, but like clicking and going together and stuff like that, like it seemed to happen kind of like daily. um, yeah, it seemed like it was a lot easier back at home than it was coming here. But based off of that theory, if you don't really care to really meet people after you gain like those people, like your high school or what's it, maybe even elementary school friends, then I guess that could be why nobody actually wants to make friends or why they don't have the real mindset of that. Because a lot of people that I met that I asked about in Japan, they were like, "Oh well, my coworkers are just coworkers. Like I do see them majority of the time, and I barely see my actual like friends back home because I don't live back home anymore." And so forth. But like my coworkers, I really don't consider them friends, no matter how close we get. I won't consider them a friend because I didn't grow up with them. Like I've had those kinds of conversations, and I was like, wow, like that's crazy because I've met people and like we became like really best friends like after like a few days. Um, yeah, that's just I don't know. We were doing a lot, you know, and I don't know if that's more of like a Western aspect, but I mean, because even like my friends from Hungary and stuff, man, we clicked so well. Oh, we had so many like dance parties and just came together. I ate so much Hungarian food during that time. They invited me over for Christmas. We had some kind of Thanksgiving taco. What? Thanksgiving taco day or something because we a few of us. Well, no, I was the only American that went, huh? No, there was another one because like there was like two Americans there, so we had a Thanksgiving taco night or something like that. Um, I don't, I don't know, but even that, like, we connected the most being from the West, and that's not even something that I really want. Well, not like I didn't want it, but I was hoping for more. Was it more connections with natives? But my best connections was still with others from the West. And since majority of my classmates were Hungary, that's what it was. They were so fun. That was actually one of the funnest times for me being abroad was meeting them. Um, duh, 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 duh. I think Japan is better. Um, Besides teaching English, what other jobs are typical? Besides teaching English, nothing. The easiest job to get abroad is teaching English. If you don't know the native language to the country that you're going to, you can't possibly get another job unless you have a good, what's it, a good degree, something that is very an essential degree, something that's needed in that aspect. Then you can get a job, and they won't really worry about your language, even though they probably might want you to take some language classes at the same time. Um, but if you ain't got that, it'd be hard to find a job without if it's not English. Mm. Uh, In Korea, at least you can do modeling. You can get a visa. In Japan, Japan's not really that big on what is it? They don't have a big like entertainment scene. So it's hard to get visas for entertainers in Japan. The one that I know is working at USJ, which is Universal Studios Japan. That place you can try to apply to and get entertainment visa. That's probably the easiest place to get one through. But other visas, you already have to know the language, or if you want to be like entertainer there, generally you have to come from your home agency to and be transferred to like Japan or something like that. Korea is a little bit more open with that. As in, as long as you can find a company that will sponsor you, you can get a visa. But besides that, the only other job you can really teach is English. With that, like with the sponsorship, since you only need a company though, you don't have to actually go to school. But if you're a teacher, if you're trying to be a teacher, you have to at least go to graduate from college. It'd be hard to find a job without graduating from college. I'm not too sure why. Oh, what? No, for visa purposes. Yeah. At first, I was just unsure why because I felt like it. Even if you completed college, that doesn't guarantee that you actually know English that well to teach it or something. But it's just for visa purposes. So I answered that about how modeling. What do you think about the Black Experience Japan YouTube channel? Maybe you can go there and tell your story. It seems like everyone has a different experience, and I think yours should be heard. The Black Experience Japan. I think I did talk to like the creator of that one time. Um, but no, this is not even today. It wasn't specifically race related or anything like that. Today was just a talk on just everything that's going on in life related, and majority of it is just because I can't go back home during this time because of everything that's going on. Mm, Jane. Oh, Jane, you follow all of my live streams that you heard all of this already? I think it's interesting. It's interesting too. Not everything has to be flowers and daisies. Life has a variety and hardships. I know, but we heard it so many times. Um, what is that? Uh, this is all new to me. Um, um, dancing. I see dancing leaf. Okay. Yes, finding new friends is extremely difficult, especially as an adult. You think so? I don't understand how it can be difficult. People tell me that, and well, that's usually what people tell me. But I've only heard that while I was in Japan and in Korea, that finding friends as an adult is hard. I don't know. My mindset on everything is I just feel like if you, uh, maybe people, people are just not how I imagine it. I guess. Um, yeah, maybe that's just why. It's just not how I vision it. Because I just feel like you just talk to people, and if you're, I don't know, if it's just maybe people don't really care to really make friends as much, or their mindset is just different. But I just feel like if you just talk to people and then you're a good person, then you would just become friends, right? Because like, what does it take to become a friend? Like, what's a friend? Just somebody you hang out with and you enjoy their company and stuff like that, right? And then based off of that, maybe you become closer and maybe they become like family. You guys end up doing everything together or something like that. But I don't know. For me, I don't feel like it's, maybe it's just my mindset on it. I don't know. Or maybe it's just because I never really worried about anything like that before, but it just, I don't feel like it should be that hard to make a friend, no matter how old you get. It, I don't know if it would be based off of age or whatever, but I don't know. I just feel like if you treat people well and they treat you well, then you would be friends. Hmm. I don't know. That would really be my aspect of how to make friends and be friends is different or something than everybody else's. That's a cool. Maybe she could show them your YouTube videos. Oh, the little babies with that smell grab. I'll be Colgate Crown. You know what's funny is actually my friend in high school used to say that a lot. She's like, "Why are your teeth so white?" She's like, "I was like, I don't know." She was like, "You should be on like teeth commercials." I'm like, "I guess." I was like, "I don't know." Why? Never really thought about that. Well, okay. Yeah, but I do really need to go back home. I do. I do. I know it's been way too long. I've been just trying to maintain everything. And I don't know. I talk to my mom about it a lot. One thing is about like trying to actually go home at least once a year. I'm like, I haven't been there in a long time. So I should really try to go back home. Um, well, I would love to go back home more than just once a year. I would like to go back a lot, but everything is, that's why I hate money. Why is money a thing? But I hate the fact that like I can't do anything just because I'm not making enough money to do everything that I want to do. And no, obviously one is going back home, but going back to America costs, like even if I want to go back a few years, it costs some grands. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Um, but that's also why I want to find the thing that I really want to do because I want to be passionate about what I want to do. Obviously, that's entertainment. Um, I think it could be anything else. Could be if I did it and I liked it. But going based off of what I just said earlier, first I would have to learn the language of the place that I'm in, and you would have to be fluent in it to be able to do something else outside of that. And granted, that takes you. You would have to have the test scores for it, which is like, what is it? The JOPT if you're in Japan, and like TOEFL or something like that in Korea, something like that. Can't remember. But you need that to get a job. Um, but like I don't know, I would have to be happy with what I was doing, and I know I love doing entertainment work. I've been doing it for some time now, and it's also another thing that my friends was like, when you were doing like that movie, because I did a few movies in LA, they were like, you were so happy when you did that. Because a few times my friends went with me to do um, some movie gigs that I did, which is pretty fun. I was scared to actually do those though, but my friends went to a few times, um, and they were just like, when they, because I ended up going by myself because they invite whoever they want to invite to do the certain scenes or whatever. You can't, just because you go with certain people doesn't mean you guys will be in the same scene or even at all, because you're just going there to try to see. But like I was invited to a lot of different places, and they were like, "I just saw you from all the way over there," because they're far, but you were just so happy. It was like, "Yeah, this is really what you." I was like, "Yeah, this is really what I want to do." Like I've known it for some time, but I just try to find other things that I could do just in case. Um, but yeah, if anything else, if I was to stay for a long time in Korea, I would have to be you would have, I wouldn't even say fluent because what is fluent? What is fluency? I don't even know. But you'd have to be very great at Korean, or if you're in Japan, you have to be very great at Japan. If you want to do something else that doesn't involve being a teacher. But you can go to school. Going to school is the other thing you can do if you have the money to go to school for a long period of time. But yes, you do. You need. Did you need a bachelor's degree to teach in Korea? You need you need a bachelor's degree, and you need pretty much, and you need a TESOL or a teaching certificate. They're very very strict on coming to Korea to teach. Mm. But I went to college first. I went to college to become a doctor. I did that for about 5 years, 4 5 years, 4.5 years, something like that. I finished everything I need to become a doctor, and then I switched to Asian studies. Um, and I did Asian studies for about a year about a year, yeah. Because I want to come to Japan, or I want to go to Japan. I'm not in Japan. I want to go to Japan. So I can go to Japan. Um, I switched to Asian studies, and And I was having difficulty with if I really want to be if I really want to be a doctor or not, and thinking about all those loans for somebody who doesn't even know for sure. Because I was like, it's just based off of just helping other people, wanting to help other people, but is it what I really want to do? So would I go to school for all these years and then not really like it, but just do it because I want to help other people? Would that make sense? I don't know. Would it make me happy? I don't know. Maybe it would have made me happy. I don't even know. I mean, granted, well, granted I could have did what they call a baccalaureate program and finish like a year or two and then go to med school. Probably not now because it's been a long time. They probably still might make you take more courses, but usually the baccalaureate program they make you take. Well, probably not. They make you take the main courses. Then you go straight to med school, which they were giving the baccalaureate. I was receiving the baccalaureate program from a lot of different schools while I was in Japan a lot of times because I switched majors. But I did take the MCAT. Huh? Yeah, I took the MCAT, which could be why everybody was sending me stuff. Um, so, but I never. Oh, did I ever respond to those? I don't think so because I was scared or I didn't know what I wanted to do, so I didn't. I don't think so. I can't remember. Some time ago, but I would receive those emails and mails a lot. Um, but yeah, then in the end, my degree was an Asian studies degree. To be a doctor, it doesn't matter what degree you have to go to med school, as long as you complete the necessary classes, you can become a doctor. Um, so yeah, but I didn't know. Yeah, I really didn't want loans too, so or any more loans. I already had a lot. Um, but yeah, I hope you can find a place you love with people who love you. That is the goal. I just don't know where. I know back home, yeah, but like now some of those people are passing away. Um, I kind of mentioned that, but like I can't even see them because I'm in Korea right now. That I think that's the worst thing is when you lose people and you're abroad because it's like unless you have like you're in a really good place, it's hard to go back. I've seen so many different people try to fight to go back home. Um, Korea was very, very difficult for a lot of people because the school is very very tough to give you days off. And I've seen people try to get days off, and they said stuff like, "We'll fire you if you leave or something." But it's like seeing my grandma's what is it death? I think that was what happened to her. She went to see her grandmother's funeral. Well, she tried to go back before her grandma even died, and her school was saying no, we're not going to give you the time off. And then she tried to go for the funeral because her grandma died, and she was sad that she didn't even try to go back. And then they said they would fire her or something, but she still ended up going. She said she didn't care after that. Um, but it's I mean, it depends on like your school or your job or whatever. But having the time off to go back when things are like very very bad, you just never know if you'll be able to make it or go back, and that's a very difficult thing for a lot of people. And I think that's the most difficult thing living abroad is being able to attend those things. Um, welcome back, Kitty. Or being able to, I don't know, see, like I said, even like what now my little brothers and sisters, I guess, being able to see people grow up, like you miss all of that if you are abroad. And the one thing that I did like about teaching, because I do, man, okay, well, maybe more just hanging out with them or whatever, I don't know, but I do really love kids. My God, I do. See, but then there comes the thing of like bad and good kids. I like good kids, not bad kids. But what is it? I really do. I love kids. Oh my God, it's I don't know, it's just so cute and small and stuff. And I don't know why their feet are so small or whatever, all the stupid stuff that you can think about. But I really do love kids. So that I think that's also the reason why I loved continuing teaching for so long too, is because I really did love kids. But like, oh, then I could just get older and just be little brats in it. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't even know, but I would pretty much I would miss out on everything if I didn't go back. I've already been gone for like 4 years, 4 years. Um, so yeah, they didn't, like I said, they don't even know who I am or whatever. But like, I don't know. It's like a give and take type of situation when you move abroad too. You have to decide about the pros and cons of leaving or going, I guess. Um, but like I said, that also goes with everybody's situation. If you have like a really good job, or if you have a really good pay or something like that, then you're able to just go back and forth whenever you want to. Um, if you don't, then it's a lot more difficult to achieve those kind of goals um, when you have them. And usually, jobs. I don't know if that's true about Europe, but I heard something like usually jobs give you like a month off. That could be totally wrong though. Um, but generally, you don't get a month off in Korea. You get about 10 days. What is that? What is 10 days? It's like less than 2 weeks. In Japan, Korea may be the same too, because it depends on your company. But I know in Japan, majority of times you were off when everybody else was off, which sucked. because because during those times is the most expensive times to go anywhere because everybody's off at the same time. So everybody that do it hated that. So like people really could didn't want to go home because they would spend like a whole ton of money to go back home. Like if you're thinking about like how the price of a one regular ticket from like Japan to America or something like that, which is I don't know, like is that six or probably $600 or more, unless it's a round trip. Then that's probably like 1,000. Eh? Yeah, it's probably more than 1,000 something. But then if you go during the time when everybody's going, like you're spending like I don't know $2,000 or more trying to go visit people for a short amount of time because you're going with everybody else, and usually since those are planned out for like holidays throughout the year, generally it's like max like 5 days in one kind of sitting, and that's hard to go back home and like hello Sydney, to go back home for like 5 days, not even 5 days, because the amount of time it takes you to get to like America or whatever, that's like what it took me. How long did it take me? It took me like 11 hours for a plane ride. So that's already a day gone. If you think of like going and coming back, that's already like a day gone. And then you're probably tired too. So yeah, that's a lot of time wasted when you're trying to go back home and see people and stuff like that. And you can only do it at certain times, and that really depends on your job. But majority of jobs go based on going at the same time as everybody. That was actually the same thing in Korea, being a teacher too. Everybody, so I think it was kind of the same as in Japan, where you go on your vacations with everyone. So it's a lot harder to be funded if you don't have a lot of money saved up um, in a short amount of time. Um, I don't think we have anything like that. I mean, I haven't worked all jobs in America, but generally you get like a week off when you start, a week or 2 weeks probably, and then depending on like how many years you work, you gain more time for vacation, and then what is it? You accumulate to a certain amount of time, which is probably like a month, but that's like being there for years, probably in that same place. But then you get to what you get like a month off, but during that you can take that whenever you want to. Plus you have like 6 days and stuff like that. But that reality, pretty much when you are teaching, is like kind of slim to none. Um, you don't really get sick days. It's a lot stricter in Korea actually. Japan's a little bit better. They'll try to find a teacher to cover for you. Um, but my job when when I came to Korea for the first time, you couldn't be sick. Um, one guy, he even like I don't know what happened. He had a lot of things going on or something, but he what did he do? He fell down and like he kind of busted his face, kind of, and he still went into work. And like even like some of his tooth was gone, and he was like bleeding and stuff. He still went into work. Like it was that was actually pretty crazy. Um, yeah, he still went into work. After that, he had to go on that day. After that, they did find him a replacement because it was really really serious. But even that, I was just like, wow, like he even came to work like that. Um, Obviously, or I wouldn't know about it. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. Walking into like the staff room and seeing somebody kind of like beat up, and I was like, "Did you get in a fight or something? Like, what happened?" But like, no, I just woke up, I guess, and I don't know, hurt itself while he was walking around. I don't know what happened, honestly, but even that, I was just like, I don't know. I thought it was crazy that he still came to work like that. But I mean, um, no matter where you go, what the restrictions and regulations on your job is always different. So it's best to try to figure out what that is. But it's I know for a fact to be a teacher, it's usually strict in Korea. Generally, you have to find your own replacement if you're a teacher here. Um, Sometimes your job will try, but you have to give them like a month in advance notice. For like him, like how serious his thing was. He had to try to find somebody himself. But that depends. Where I worked in Japan, since I had like I always worked in no, the companies are a lot better in terms of if you're sick, let them know or something, and then they'll send out like a replacement teacher or something like that. But if not, then konnichiwa, Luna-chan. If not, thenえ人がいるのおーkonnichiwa. um, if you, what is it? If you are in pain or something like that, it was actually very, very hard to, what is it? To get time off, which is, like I said, that's very, very difficult for a lot of people. especially in times of need and trying to go back and stuff like that. はあ、元気してる。うーん。元気ではないかな。だけど、元気にしてないよ。ああ、今はなんだ。ウイルスは流行ってるよね。ゆきちゃんも体に気をつけてね。あ、はい。はい。しんどいの。今は大丈夫だと思う。ルナ。ちょっと悲しいかな。今の状態。But yeah, I don't know. It just depends on everything. You just have to. I don't know. I guess the main focus or the main thing is just like trying to plan things out. Knowing that I don't know, things might look like it's a lot easier or fun through a lot of others' eyes, but you just don't really know. I guess a lot of the hardships that they're going through too, or things that they're going through. Because I mean, it's easier seeing just the videos and so forth. But I don't know. It's just knowing that you're also lucky being back home too. You know, because like I said, during times of bad things happening, it's easier for you to accommodate those different things compared to when you're abroad and not being able to go back as frequently. And there's a lot that you miss out on if you don't really have nothing back home to really go back to, I guess, because maybe a lot of the things were pretty crappy. Then, like it's pretty much okay. But I guess if you do have stuff that you want to go back to or don't want to miss out on, then yeah, it becomes a little bit difficult at times. But I mean, it all depends on like everyone's way of thinking and how everybody views different things because everybody's still different. 心配だよ。なんであなんで心配してる But it's I don't know. I think the main focus is trying to figure out, for me at least at this point, like I said, would be what's next for me. And that's going to rely on what company, what if any countries are going to open up anytime soon or not. If not, I probably might head back to America soon. Because today's already the 3rd of May. Yeah, that is pretty much it. ご飯たくさん食べてる。そっちは何が美味しい美味しいもの美味しいもの毎日は手作りだよ。手作りか。美味しいものはなんだ美味しいものタッカービー。タッカービー大好き。あ韓国聞いたことあるYeah, but that's pretty much it. I guess from here, I guess if you guys have any questions, oh my god, it's been 3 hours. If you have any questions or anything, then yeah. If not, maybe I'll go cook or something. 高火ね。高火大好きだよ。手作りすごい。いつもいつも手作りだよ。No, no, さそり。食べたくないよ。全然食べたくないよ。 Mata tabetai ga? um, what advice would you give someone who is going into college? Mm, it depends. Do you want to go live abroad? Um, if you're um, if you're trying to go live abroad, then it'd probably be best to do 2 years and then transfer. If your objective is to live abroad, then it'd probably be to do 2 years and then go abroad. I did. I went to college, and then my last year of college, I went to live in Japan, which was actually what my plan too, because I could easily finish school. I graduated, but I didn't walk. I missed out on walking because the time you start school in Japan is different from the time you start school in America. So because of that, I didn't walk. I graduated, but I didn't walk and receive a diploma. Well, I received a diploma, but I didn't. Yeah. Um, but I was able to do what I call like a kind of like quick transfer into like the working field, while still being in Japan at the same time. I mean, it didn't really pan out well because I had to go back for surgery. But if your plan is to live abroad, then you probably might want to go after your second year because you'll never get better at the language if you're not actually using it. And being in America, you'll probably use it in class, yeah. Like you'll use Japanese in class, you use Korean in class, you use Mandarin in class or whatever. But your majority of your life, or majority of the time, you're only using English. And to get good at a language, for me, from my perspective on it, you have to use it a lot. So the best way would be to be immersed in the culture. That granted, people I've met people that went to like European countries, and I've heard them and like how fluent they get. But like I said, I think it's probably easier to get what is it to get an attachment to other Western people in other countries. I want to say Europe is kind of like a melting pot too, kind of. So it's it's easier. Like people are, I think, more willing to help you learn the language. Uh, In Europe? I don't know. Does anybody live in Europe? How is it? Is it more open? Like, is it? I don't know. Is it similar to Los Angeles? Is it just lots of different races? Is everybody communicating? Is it friendly? I mean, yeah, you're never gonna get away from racism no matter where you go. But like, I don't know. Is the flow still better? Because I think it will still be better than like still better than going to maybe like Japan, Korea. I don't know about other Asian countries though. Other Asian countries may be different though. I mean, it could be a lot easier to learn the languages there. So forth. Maybe the people are nicer. I don't really know because I've only been to Japan and Korea. Um, I know there's something bad going on in China, I guess, about sending Africans away from China or something right now, or something like that, or that was happening. So I got a lot of messages or saw a lot of stuff on that on like Twitter and stuff. Um, but like I don't know. I assume the other parts of the West is a lot better. I mean, because my friends from Hungary, they had like they said they had like one black person where they lived or whatever, and they still like we didn't have that kind of thing. When they met me, I was like one of the main people they invited to things. So I don't know, but it's you need to be immersed in the culture. And you need to be using the language a lot, a lot. If you want to get better, especially at speaking, writing, you can do that on your own. Writing a language and being able to write in the language, you can always do that by yourself. It's just studying, right? But speaking and writing is like two different things. There are, I mean, there's people that can write an essay, but then you ask them to like talk and they can't say anything. They're just like, or it barely comes out. I mean, even my Japanese improved a lot going to Osaka this time, just because. the people I met in Osaka, I was able to use Japanese a lot more. So even my like speaking speed was like, it increased a lot from like being there. And when I went to Japan my first two times, I went to school there. I only used Japanese in class, and not even a lot, because majority of that was just studying in class too, and having tests and quizzes. It wasn't a speaking class. Um, I don't even think we had a speaking class. It was just more like trying to prepare you for taking the JLPT, which is getting your license so you can like get a job in Japan if you wanted to. Um, I guess it's to teach you Japanese, but like if you're not using Japanese, then you'll never get good at it. And people say, well, use it outside. But if you're not meeting people outside and able to use it outside, then you're paying to go to school, but you're not using it in school. And then you're outside, but nobody really wants to talk to you. So how do you better your language ability if you're not talking? But the only way to increase that is by talking. You can watch dramas, but that's only for listening. You can write, yeah, because you can write that. You can write at home. You're not going to go with somebody and write together or something. It's just for speaking. And those are the only two things that's different. It's just speaking and writing. You can study away, but if you're not speaking and if you're not like being able being able to communicate with others, then you won't even know what's wrong at times, and if you're making mistakes in how natives actually say things. You can you're what the main thing about Korean and Japanese is that it's because Japanese and Korean have the same kind of grammar, is that it's flipped, right? But even in that, even though it's flipped, the way of thinking and the way of saying things is still totally different from what it is in Japan, what it is in America, for English, or European kind of standards, because I think those are generally kind of the same structure. So when you say things, you probably will say it as if you're trying to change it into what it should be grammatically into Japanese or Korean, but at the same time, it's still wrong because that's just not how Japanese or Korean people say it. So I can just go on forever about the value of being able to actually talk to people. So the only way to actually improve that and and to improve your fluency in a language is to actually be there. So you would have to go there. Um, if it's just for going to school, then that's the hardest thing, because I don't know. I went to Well, then again, yeah, I want to be a doctor because, like I said, I want to help people. But it could have been for so many different reasons why that didn't pan out the way it did. Um, Loans, I hate loans, so that was a huge thing too. It not being just for me, it's being for other people, and me thinking that I need to do more for myself than just what I want to do for other people. Because I'm always that type of person that just does more for others than like my actual self kind of thing. Um, so many aspects are probably why I changed. So that one's kind of hard because you just don't know what you'll actually be. And tons of people go to school and they even get their job, and then after that, then they change. It's like, wow, I went to school for 4 years. Sometimes they even get like maybe a master's and they go to school for 6 years, and then they don't like their job. And how it works nowadays is not how it worked in the old days. People are like, I don't know, there was like a lot of different things about that, like, oh, you chose, I don't know, you chose the hammer, so you're going to be a welder or something. Or what, okay. Like, but now like we're able to choose, but like it's just hard because things take so much more time nowadays than before, because you started a lot earlier to do those things. People were doctors without going to school before, but now we have to be a doctor to now we have to go to school to be a doctor. you know and by time all that, like, if you don't like being a doctor, like, you wasted like 12 years of your life, or more, depending on how long it took you to get there. That's like the hardest thing, is just not knowing what's going to be the right fit for you. And the only way to do that would be to test out doing different jobs. Like you could take a test and yeah, they could say like, oh, this is what you should be or whatever, but it doesn't guarantee that you'll actually like it. And even that being said, some people get the job that they like, but they're surrounded by horrible people or something like that, so they end up not liking that job anymore. There's so many factors because you're just not the only person in the world. You're filled with other people with other different ways of thinking and mentalities. So that's it's such a hard what question to answer, I want to say. But yeah, if you want to go abroad, I would go the after your second year. I think you have to at least wait 2 years. I don't think you can go before that because you have to get your what is it, your prerequisites done before you can travel abroad and learn. So I think you would still have to finish the those first, and then you can go abroad. No, no, no. Well, or you can go straight out of high school. I there was a few people I know that did that. If you want to just try to apply to a university abroad, but generally, I would probably say like after your second year, if you're already in college, would probably be the best. And then you can do it for a year, and you could decide if you want to do it longer. If you want to do it longer, you would probably transfer to that school, end up transferring to that school, which would mean you would have to probably do another 2 years there. Um, because everything starts after what prerequisites pretty much. So yeah, but it's a process. But I think if you go while you're in school, if you go while you're in school, you're also receiving a scholarship to go abroad. So you have more money, I want to say, unless you're like me who still didn't have enough money. Um, what is it? Then you have enough money to go. You have enough money to go abroad and to experience how it is to be abroad and to see if you like it. And then at the time you can come home, or you can stay longer if you want to. But what is it? If you do, if you go to, if you go with just a job to live abroad, then it's a lot different because one, if you go to school, you probably have a better chance of meeting people. I want to say, at least for at least for other foreigners, because you're all in the same classroom. So it's I feel like it's easier to become friends maybe with people at school. I don't know. Jobs was easy for me too, but I just don't know. Everybody, like I said, thinks about it differently. But it'd be easier for you to probably meet people and to get friends and stuff, and to actually see if that's what you want to do, or if you actually just want to go back home because maybe it's just not your fit. Because I met tons of teachers that have come abroad and was only here for like a few days, or or maybe like max a month or so, and realized that like no, it's not my how I envisioned that it would be, and how it actually is different. So I'm going back home. Um, so that's things to look out for. Um, and like I said, if you come with schooling, you can probably meet people that way. You're also with other foreigners too, maybe. So people find it easier to be with other people that's from the West. Um, Obviously, because I guess you can connect on that level. I guess. So even if you're experiencing something like not as good, or you're not as happy, since you're surrounded by other people that are feeling the same way as you, it makes it a lot easier. Um, to I don't know, go on with life abroad and stuff. And like I said, like that's just like your learning point. So from there you can learn and just see if that's somewhere you want to live for a long time or not, or if you just want to go back home. And sometimes it really does take going away from home, maybe even if it's not like going to another country, to realize that like, you know, what you just left is, where you want to actually be. um, not everything is what you think it is. You have to experience it to see, and then once you see, you'll know. Um, I guess I just started watching it. Hello, Stephanie. Gosh, studying abroad makes me nervous, but I really want to. and I think the most difficult thing was like us. The most difficult thing is coming abroad because when you come abroad, and you if you're already good at the language, then it's okay. But if you come abroad and then you just realize like you don't know what anybody's saying, you're just like, huh, huh, and they're just like, da 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 da, and you're just like, huh, huh, and then after that point, you just probably just say like, okay, okay, like, yeah, or something like that. You're just like, what are you talking about? Like that's the craziest part about it, because I studied Japanese for about 3 months, but like I didn't know what was going on when I went to Japan for the first time. The only thing I understood was Denzel Washington and Meet Thai, and I put those together. I was like, he said I look like Denzel Washington, and I was like, huh? But like that was pretty much it. Like I, I was really putting together like few words, like this one, and I think that's what they said. Like, huh? You know, and like it was either I was right or I was wrong. I didn't know because I couldn't really respond. I mean, I lived in America and I was only using English. Even in class, we probably said about a few words in Japanese. So when they talked to me in Japanese, I couldn't respond. I tried so hard, and I was like, I can really only fully say like my name is Greg, and actually know that that's correct. And I didn't even know what my major was at that time in Japanese, and I probably could say how old I was. That was it. Like, but that's probably the funniest thing because you just don't know what's going on, um, and hardest because if you want to know what's going on, but there's some people that don't care. I met this one guy who didn't care to learn Japanese, and his reason behind not wanting to learn Japanese is because he's like, I know people are saying bad things about me, and I don't want to know what they're saying. So I don't know what they're saying. I'm not gonna learn Japanese. And I was like, interesting, but that was just the reason why he didn't want to learn Japanese, and I was just like, okay. Um, I mean, everybody has their own life, so if you don't want to learn it, then it's okay. But that was his reason behind it. It's just he said he knew people were saying bad things and he don't want to know what they're saying. But he was an English teacher in Japan for a few years. He had arrived before I did actually. I'm originally from Florida, so I wouldn't know about Europe. I want to do a Japanese language course in Japan. Have you experienced one? Yeah, I, I went to school for about a year in Japan. Um, that was very test based. We had I was in an intensive program and we had literally had a quiz a day for sure, and then maybe tackle on a test. So you were studying for vocabulary every day. You were studying kanji every day. You had to know how to write the kanji. Um, you have to know how to read the words. I want to say I want to say Japanese is a lot harder because you have to learn kanji. So if you don't know how to do kanji, that's why I always tell people it's better to start learning kanji before you go abroad. Because if you know how to write some kanji, it's that much. Or if you know how to write the letters at least, it because kanji takes a long time, but it just helps so much more. Because if you're trying to do how to write kanji, and then you have tests and you have to study like all these words, and then you have to study the grammar, like it actually becomes a lot, and a lot of people can't handle it. A lot of people weren't doing so good in my classes actually. I was the best in the class, but that's because I can already write some. Okay, but then I studied a lot more than everybody else too. But I was the best in the class. So everybody used to, oh, well, Greg can already write the kanji or whatever. But I mean, I studied a lot. Um, but yeah, it's good if for Japanese for real, or maybe even Chinese, since they have the same kind of writing kind of. It'd be very, very good to learn how to write before you go abroad or before you start taking classes. If you plan to start doing the classes, I would probably start learning how to write them and what they mean, because that would help you a lot and save you a lot of time compared to just trying to do it all together. When you try to do it all together, it's very difficult to keep up, especially if you're going to go abroad and take an intensive course in the language. So yeah, look out for that, Nico. Yuki-chan need to okay. Lime okay. What's the transferring process like? Transferring process. Mm, Generally, I want to say all schools have some kind of affiliate schools that they're connected to in different countries. Um, so they may in Japan, like my school was a big international school, though. Apparently, one of the biggest in America, I guess. I don't know. I think that's what they said or prided themselves of. I went to UCR. We had a huge international campus. So because of that, everyone we had so many different kinds of people from abroad, like in at my school. I mean, I didn't even know they were from abroad because I just, I don't know, melting pot. I just assume everybody just lives there, kind of thing. Um, but then I realized that we had an international center. Who knew? And the biggest one. But generally, every school has some connections or some affiliates that they have schools with that they can do exchange programs with. And they give you a list of the different schools you can go to. If you go to, if it's a good, well, yeah, if it's a good school, that sounds bad. But if it's a, well, I don't know, it should have international center somewhere, and that would be your best bet. Well, your only bet, obviously, because it's the international center. You would go there, and generally, what they did is they would ask you, where do you want to go? And you say, like, oh, I want to go to Japan. And then they'll give you a list of all the different universities that they're in contact with, and all the different universities you can go to. And at that same time, they'll give you a list of the different majors that you can do at those schools. Because not also, like, if you're trying to be a doctor but you want to go to Japan, obviously, since you're doing science, not all thank you, Mohammed. Uh, since you don't, since not all schools teach in English, because you probably need the courses in English. There's only a few select schools you can go to. So first, it depends on how big your international center is at your school and how many affiliates your school has with other people abroad. After that, you have to see if the language that you're not the language, the major that you're taking right now can be taken at those schools, because maybe they have programs at some certain schools, but maybe your international center is not that big, so they don't have something that can facilitate the major that you have at the time. And if they don't have that, then it'd probably be hard for you to go abroad, if you're going for that specific what is it, major. That's just that, and that's just for the exchange program. The exchange programs are usually they have like a summer program where you probably go for like 2 weeks to go experience the culture and the people and stuff. Then they have probably like, did they have 3 months, or was it only 6? The European ones were three. There at my school, they had some 3 months ones, and for Japan and Korea, they only have 6 months or 1 year. So you have to choose between if you want to do it for 6 months or 1 year. I chose 1 year because I was like, what's 6 months? Um, but you have to choose if you want to go for 6 months or 1 year. You have to see if you can even go there for your major, because if you can't go for your major, you can't go at all. Um, and if your school does not have an exchange system, or if they don't transfer people abroad, then you would have to actually search for yourself online, they do make it a lot easier. But you would have to search for yourself online, and then you would have to apply by yourself. And this is applying for like the regular, applying as an exchange student for the regular school. But like you would do everything yourself. And at that point, you would have to go for 2 years because you would have to have your prerequisites done. So you at least have to go for like 2 years, or yeah, or I mean, you probably go for 3 years, but you would have to go for a longer amount of time because at that time, if you're doing that by yourself, then you're not applying for an exchange program. You're applying to actually go to the school. So it all depends based first your school's international center, if they have good affiliates and stuff like that. If they don't, then it becomes a lot trickier. I was just lucky that I went to that school, and then I had a like an array of different colleges I could go to. I want to say that America, since it's like kind of like a well-known place, um, majority of universities, I don't know if that would be for like community colleges, but universities or maybe even Cal State, is that only, yeah, Cal States would probably have an international center that has some people that they can go abroad, because usually people, when they come to America, they usually go to like a university or a Cal State. um, so they would community college for sure. I don't think they would have one. I mean, you could check because I really don't know. I've never even been to a community college. Well, I never went to one for studying, but I would say probably no. Um, but I mean, you never know. Just try. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much it. You first you would just have to see if you can go there. Um, that means if they have any schools and if they have your major, and then after that you just choose the programs that they have, which is they'll tell you the time limit. Like you can go for 6 months or a year or whatever. That also depends on your major. Sometimes if your major, sometimes with your major you can't go too long, because if you go too long, then you have to go to school in another year or something. And some people don't want to extend their year, because there's also some people that did that too. Instead of going for their actual major, they just went for the what, like the Japanese language, just mm, like Japanese culture or whatever. So they, or whatever, and then they go there, and then what they do is they just, it's like taking a year off or a quarter off or whatever, depending on how long you want to stay. For like the 6 months or 1 year. That's why some other people did like the 2 weeks too. But that was only for European countries. But it's like taking like a 6 months or a year off, and they just go and then they try to see if they like Japan or like Korea or wherever you want to go. If you like it first. But like I said, that still extends one more year on what your college contract. If you're trying to get up out of college, that is probably not the best thing, because you're extending for another year. So I don't want to extend for another year. So I just changed my whole major altogether. But yeah, that's just a lot of things I guess you would have to look into. コロナに負けないで聞きでいてね。OK。また。会いましょうね。このライブを聞いてるみんなも元気に過ごしてくださいね。Luna said for everybody to please enjoy the live. Her last things before she left. I asked about Sogan University in one of your past live streams, but I fell asleep. So I fell asleep. So anyway, what was your experience? It was oh God. It was okay. Um, the first, oh, It's so hot. Oh, oh, and lightheaded. I am hungry. Should go eat soon. Oh. It was good. First year, the first quarter was better. First quarter, yeah, first quarter was better. I had a lot better teachers than my second quarter. My second quarter teachers were not as good as my first quarter teachers. Um, Hello, Naya. My first quarter teachers, they actually tried their best to improve on the language. That's which is actually a thing to be wary of is going abroad. Everybody also has well, I mean, just being at home, there's teachers you like and dislike because maybe the teaching methods don't match up with yours. Um, so that's the same thing. Maybe how they teach you Japanese or how they teach you whatever language doesn't really match up to how you envision it, or maybe it's not to your liking. Because for me, um, my first quarter was really good at Sogang because my teachers were really trying to incorporate some of the things that were not in the book into class. So I felt like I was gaining more knowledge. For me, since I was taking also the KIT program at the time, I had already finished like level one or level two with that and three. I already finished level one of the KIT program and I was in level two while I was going to Sogan my first year. So the first year, I knew a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff more than other people because I had already was already in another Korean program at the time, and because of that, I the only thing I was really learning was the new stuff that she would give that wasn't in class, and even some of that was me giving her answers or saying like, "Oh, I also learned this one," and she's like, "Really? You learned that already?" and kind of thing, and then her introducing stuff that wasn't supposed to be in the class already early, just because I would talk about it. So a lot of students in my class got extra stuff just because I learned it already. Um, but the teachers are actually nicer that way. My first quarter, my second quarter, there was stuff that I knew, but like when I would say stuff and like try to help, I guess, or try to ask, like, "Oh, I learned this. It's the same thing, right?" They would always say, majority of the time, my teachers would say, well, one of them, which is the main time. No, both of them. They would really say no, and I'm like, what? And that confused me because I'm like, I swear it's the same thing. Like it has to be. But then I would go back to my KIP program and ask my teachers, like, isn't these the same thing? And they'd be like, yes. So then what I was seeing is that the teachers from my second quarter, they didn't want me to say anything that wasn't pertaining to the class. So if they haven't taught it as Sogang yet, they didn't want me to talk about it pretty much. And that kind of annoyed me because I'm just like, but if it's the same thing, I'm just asking a basic question, like to like try to put them together. So like I know for myself, why not just say yes? So there was like that. So I didn't really enjoy my second quarter at Sogong because that annoyed me a lot. That I was trying to put things together for myself so that I know if I'm doing stuff correct and or in that kind of like aspect. So the first quarter was really good, loved it. Second quarter, I didn't like it. My other friend, my Japanese friend, she also didn't care for it. She's like, "Yeah, the first quarter was better, huh?" And she didn't even take the KIT program. It was just me, but she liked the first quarter better than the second quarter too. So it depends on the teachers, maybe. Um, I asked the teachers if I would ask all the time because I'm very vocal about things. So I asked the teachers all the time, like, why in the first year we learned like this and they taught it like this, but this quarter you guys are like teaching it like this, and they're like, we always teach it the same way. And I was like, no, no, you're not. Like, no, it was taught differently. And I would even like give examples. Um, but yeah, they kind of just wasn't having it. So yeah, it just depends on your teachers. So hopefully you get the type of teacher that you like or that's good for the way that you like to study. Because if not, then it probably might deter you from wanting to learn language, because I didn't want to go to class because I was it just seemed like they wasn't really helping me during my second year at Sogan. Um, I just didn't want to drop out of Sogang because I already paid for it, and schools never give you back your money, even though they have that thing about like, oh, if you do well, what is it, like a refund, but like after you take the first day it already drops to like 40% or something like that. They're like, nah. Or whatever. But like, I didn't want to drop out because I didn't want to waste money. Very good on trying not to waste money, so I continued. But I didn't really want to go to second quarter. But like I said, it depends on your study habits and um yeah, what what you like and what you don't like. So it could be better for you than it was for me. But but the first quarter was really good. I liked it. Neighbors out here being wild, so bedtime will have to wait left. It is what, Saturday, maybe Saturday. I think Saturday, Sunday. So I guess I don't know what it. Yeah, probably Saturday for you guys, huh? Unless you're closer to Asia, then it's Sunday. Um, but yeah. So I guess people are still thank you for answering my question. You're welcome. I did take the. Were you able to take the JLPT? I took two. What? Two JLPTs? Wait, what? No, I took one. I took the JLPT 3. Two, three, two, three. I took one of them that I didn't really study for and missed it by a point. I think I took one that was above my level. I missed it by a point. That's the only one I ever took. Yeah. And I'm a horrible test taker, by the way. Horrible test taker. Having the conversation about how like I overthink things, that plays so bad into test. My God. I'm like the type of person who says like, okay, don't second guess yourself this time. Just go with your first answer. Can't even do that. 2 seconds later, I'm like, no, it has to be C. No, it's A. No, it has to be C. Then I waste time. I'm a horrible test taker, the worst. But regular class is okay. uh, mm, yeah. Um, but yeah, I missed it by 1 point. I was so mad. I was like, oh, but it's okay. I studied up into JLP1 after that, but I never took it. And now it's been a few years, and I studied the rest by myself while 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 I was sitting in bed after surgery. I was studying for JLPT1, but I never took the test, and I was never using a language after that, so I can't take it now because I know I wouldn't pass. Well, I don't think I would. Some people just take it after just living in Japan just to see how good they're getting, but yeah. Thank you for answering. If you could do it again, would you choose a different university? Which program would you recommend? Sogang has the best speaking apparently because they give you 1 extra year of speaking, and that's the reason why I chose Sogang. So I don't know because other university, everybody. I looked at so many different websites for what's the best university to go to learn Korean, and everybody was like mixed on reviews. And I watched so many YouTube videos on comparing Sogang to like, I almost said Japanese university to what's that, Iwa, and Sogang, Iwa, and what's that last one? Oh, Sogang, Iwa. Oh, there's one more university. I can't remember. It wasn't Seoul University. Well, there's like three that people compare a lot, which was like Iwa, Sogang, and some other one that I forget. Um, Sogang has 1 more hour of speaking because all the programs are still 4 hours, but Sogang has 1 more hour speaking compared to the other ones that have like 1 more hour of writing or something like that. So that's why I chose Sogang, because I want to speak more. Um, as you can tell, I base everything off of speaking. If I can't speak outside or something, I'm at least going to be able to speak in class. So that's why I'm basing it off of speaking. Um, I did plan to go to Iwa first. I guess if you saw any of my older videos when I first came to Korea, I bought all the Iwa books. Actually, there was like a sale from some site that had all the Iwa books, and I was just like, well, if I'm gonna go to Iwa and I already had the books, it's gonna save me a lot of money. So I bought all the Iwa books, but I didn't go to Iwa. I went to Sogang, so I had to buy the Sogang books. And man, the Sogang books were so expensive. They were, honestly, I only bought like two about two sets of Sogang books, and they were way more than the all the sets of the Iwa books that I got on sale. It was crazy. Um, but yeah, the books were a lot more expensive. Where no, I still have the Iwa books. Um, so yeah, it really depends on what you want to go for, but I would advise going somewhere that does a lot more speaking than anything. So yeah, Sogan would probably be the best, but if it's not, if the teaching style is not to your standard, then that still sucks. So it really depends. I would still think Sogan has the best program because they have 1 more hour speaking, but you may have to be lucky with the teachers. Mm, I think that's the best way to put it. Um, my brother, how have you been? um, okay, I guess no, not okay. I'm trying to debate what I'm going to do next, pretty much again because of the coronavirus or whatever, and not knowing when I'll be able to get my new visa or if I will be, how long that would take, and so forth. And trying to stay in a different country without being able to work. Um, yeah, it's a lot going on right now, actually. So yeah, just like so maybe. Yonsei. Was it Yonsei? Yeah, maybe it was Yonsei. Yonsei Korean University, or maybe I don't think it was Korean University. I think it was Yonsei. They're all next to each other anyway, though. Yonsei and Iwa and Sogang. It just depends on which one you want to go to. And Sogang had the one more hour of talking, so that's why I went there. Um, but yeah, my first quarter teachers were amazing. Second quarter teachers were not so amazing for me. Because I felt like it lost aspect of what I was shown in the first quarter. So if I wasn't shown the other teachers in the first quarter, then I probably would have been more okay with the second quarter because I would just assume that it would have been the same. But the first one was a lot better. Um, oh, that's frustrating. Tests aren't the best measure of person's knowledge. Right? Grasp of a language. If you're able to conduct real life everyday communication, you're good. So test schmess. very, very true. Just because I hate tests. That's probably why more it's true. Oh, I hate tests. My God. But tests really are a personality thing. If you are a person that does not second guess yourself, I think you do better on tests than somebody who does. And like I'm so crazy. I'm just like the dumbest person ever. Like I swear it's correct. And I will argue with myself why this should not be correct and make it wrong while I had it right to begin with or whatever. Like it's horrible. I just don't even know what to do with myself sometimes. Um, but yeah, yeah, that's just like I am with everyday life and thinking. That's just how I am with everything, test included. I can hear the stress in your voice. Please stay strong and take care of yourself. Thank you. Um, I don't even know, how do you know if you're stressed out or not? I don't even know if I don't even know. How do you know if you're stressed or not? I don't think it's stress. I just think, like, more now I'm realizing that maybe being back home would probably be better, for me, work wise, for modeling and all that stuff, entertainment, and what is it? And just family and friends wise, just accumulating that. I'm thinking I finally realized that recently, probably after everything happened, that maybe that's just the best bet. Because I've been going around Japan and Korea for some time now, trying to find my place here, um, or there. Um, but while doing what I really want to do, because I mean that's what, hopefully that's the one thing I would love for everybody to do, is try to do, the one thing that you really want to do. Don't settle for something less than that, because I I didn't even know how hard it. I mean, how easy it is to just, stay with your current job or whatever. Because maybe you hate interviews, or you hate searching for jobs and all that stuff, and just the stress of trying to find a new job, and trying to find the best job for yourself, or something good for yourself, I guess. And just being okay with maybe like having a crappy job or something like that, or something that doesn't suit your taste or needs. Um, so, I don't want to live like that, and I think that's the main reason why I was still out here for so long too, trying to figure out what I really wanted. And just recently, I've just been thinking, like, I think being in LA, where I just came from, pretty much is just where it's at, or maybe even in another place in, like, I don't know, like London or something like that in the West. But I feel like that would do me a lot better for growing. Um, in the areas that I want to grow in, compared to being in Asia. Um, so it would be a lot harder for me, and it's okay. Like, just knowing that, that I'm just like unsure about, what I really, well, unsure about being in this location now, because I mean I tried it for, like, I've been here for years. I've been in Japan and Korea for years now. I was in Japan for about 3.5, 1, 2. I was in Japan for 3.5 years. I lived in Japan for 3.5 years, something like that, 3.5, 4, something like that. And I've been in Korea for almost 2 years. Like, that's almost a third of my life I've lived abroad. Um, so, like, I don't know. It's just figuring out, what you want to do, and where you actually be able to do that. And yeah, I think I just figured that out like this recently. That if I want to grow and have the things that I want in my life, that probably back home, or probably back in America, would be the best for me. So that's what, I probably might. Well, since I applied for the year contract here already, and I had everything set up, I was going to at least do my year to see how it would go here in Korea. I do receive some what agencies, that, message me, or, like my or start following me and stuff, but like I can't do anything because I don't have a visa in Korea yet, because I can't get it, or I would have been got it like a month ago, because I can't leave, or whatever. But if if it goes as well as the number of people that keep contacting me, actually getting jobs, not just like, oh, the prospect of getting a job, but actually getting jobs, then it would be okay. If it still doesn't really go past that, then like it still be the same. I would still have to head back home, because I wouldn't be making any money, living abroad. Back home, you have somebody. Well, I mean, some people abroad have people to rely on too, money wise, or something like that. I don't really have anything like that where I have somebody sponsoring me to be abroad here, or you know, I've paid for everything myself since I was in high school, and I started in like high school. Yeah, I started paying for everything myself. My own PlayStation, my own whatever I wanted. I had to make my own money to pay for it. That continued into college. It just got more because I was living by myself and so forth. And then now I'm living in a different country all by myself. But I don't have a lot of the different things that I guess a lot of other people have when they come abroad, which majority of the time is like parents paying for like everything. Um, so a lot of the models probably right now that are waiting to get their visa too, because there's a lot in my company that are trying to wait to go abroad to get their visa. Like they came for the interview and now they got accepted for the visa, but they have to go abroad to get the visa, but they can't leave either. They're getting money from their parents, so it makes it a lot easier for them um, to just keep staying here. Me, I'm relying on my savings. So I don't know. That's only gonna last so long. So I've just been debating if I'm just going to just try to see if countries will open up by the mid of this month, maybe because today's the third. By the mid of this month, end maybe, and if not, then maybe I'll just go back to America to begin with because I don't want to. I don't really want to exhaust my savings all the way. So that's where I'm at in my boat right now. I don't really want to exhaust my savings. Oh, I had so much savings too. Now it's just, yeah. But that's where I'm at because I can't um, go in and out of Korea right now. Um, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't really guarantee that I'll get the jobs. Like I said, just because people are messaging me to um, to apply to the agency or whatever. Um, it actually depends on the jobs actually coming in. So I don't know, just a lot of things I've been thinking about recently. Mm, Greg, I gotta say, you're my favorite YouTuber. I love your personality. Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks for all the hearts, Big Hit Brothers. I understand what you're saying. It seems like a hard decision to make. Yeah, but like the one thing I do know, I don't because my friend was telling me, well, why don't you just come back to America right now? Which would actually probably, if I did go back to America right now, I guess I could at least probably, if I got out of quarantine in time, maybe attend the funeral. If I did not get out of quarantine in time, I don't even know how that's happening right now or what's going on. Then I would still miss the funeral to begin with, and then I guess I would no, I would still miss it anyway because I would have to try to talk to the landlord about leaving early and the contract with that. It's it's a lot. So I don't know. Um, but yeah, I don't know that. I don't know. I'm not even. I wouldn't even be unhappy if I went back home. uh, I was the first time I left Japan. My God, was I unhappy. I was like, no, you're not finished here yet. But now I don't know. I came to a realization that I'll be okay. Um, I'll probably even be better than okay. I think things would move a lot smoother probably back home. So I don't know. I think that's the main focus is just to know that you don't know if you how well you do abroad, but like to try it out and see. Some people do better than others, you know. Um, but everything could, like I said, be coincidence. I went to maybe not the right school or whatever. Because I do meet some people that come abroad. Like there was this one guy who came up with that. I didn't meet him, but it was on like this site. What was it on one of the one of the what was it like a Facebook group that I saw or something like that for like going to like Japan, and he went to Japan to be a manga artist, but he was what is it? He was a boxer, and he wanted to make a manga about boxing. Funny, but he went to Japan. He was in Osaka with me. Um, he went there and all like his doors were just like flying open. He was a black guy too, and his doors were flying open. Like he met like the creator of Shonen Jump, if I'm correct, it was that one. And all that, like the door, like he was living the life, he was, but like everybody experiences just work so different for everybody. Shonen Jump, if I'm is the creators of a very popular manga, and then they become anime later on. But he met like the director, creator, one of the high up people of the actual magazine. He was like this was my dream, and I'm just like, wow. But like you never know. That's why I would say like, yeah, I could probably not be having the best time. I do have okay, very few good times. But everybody is different and you just never know. You don't know about the location. It all depends on location. It depends on just when you go. Like everything is just so I don't know. You just never know. That's why I would never like tell somebody to not go abroad. You have to experience everything for yourself, and see it through, to see if you really like it for yourself. And then if you don't, or if you do, then like it was meant to be kind of thing. Um, and for me, like I wish all the times that I had a lot of what better interactions. I mean, I still hope for them like today and every day. Um, and no, I don't even have like an ill will against anybody or anything like that. I do feel like it's harder in a lot of different situations, but like you just never know because, like I said, for him, he the doors flying open. He was showing pictures. Everybody seemed to love him. I mean, I don't really know, but he was meeting so many people. So you just never know how your life is gonna turn out. Everybody's life is just different. Oh, thank you, Brittany. Fighting. Everybody's life is different, you don't really know how it play out. You just have to, I don't know, maybe try different options, exhaust all your options or something. But like I say, even after all that, then like I realized that even for me, because I mean I came from LA, I was doing modeling stuff in LA. I was already acting, and this was years ago. And then I came abroad, and then I couldn't do that because I was always working. Like that's years that I pretty, if you want to think about it that way, that I pretty much wasted because I was already doing stuff in LA, but I came abroad and I wasted. Well, the kids were cute though, but but I mean, but if you want to say it in terms of career wise, then I wasted time coming abroad because I couldn't do anything in Japan. I when I went the first time, I wasn't close enough to Tokyo. Besides that, um, I mean, you have to be in Tokyo, and it's hard to live in Tokyo unless you have a lot of money or you want to live in a small room. Like it's very very hard to live in Tokyo. Um, it's a lot easier in Seoul, at least. It's a lot easier. Um, but all that stuff, like I, it, I just I don't even know. But I just, you never know. Oh, I just don't even know how to even experience that. But yeah, I would definitely just come abroad and just do it yourself, and see it through and all that stuff. But yeah, coming here, I did 1 year in Japan. I wasn't close enough to Tokyo. Then I did 1.5 years in Korea. I did a few modeling gigs, as you guys saw on my Instagram. I did a few modeling gigs in Seoul, but I still lived right outside of Seoul. So even those, I was lucky to even get those. Um, and I was lucky that those were on weekends. And then what was the? Then I moved to Osaka, and I thought it was a big city, so it'd be a lot of jobs coming in. But Osaka doesn't have any work. So if you do want to be, if you want to be an entertainer, I probably wouldn't go to Osaka. The only thing that's in Osaka is Universal Studios Japan. That's the only entertainment job you could probably really do there, unless you come from a company in your home country already. Um, but Tokyo would probably be better. But even that, Japan still doesn't have like the biggest entertainment field. But yeah, that was pretty much a year that I couldn't do anything. Um, year and a half in Korea, and I did a few things, and then 6 months back in Japan, nothing. No, no, no. I did one. No, yeah, I did one. Which was like my favorite thing, which is the lookbook that I did, that I'm posting pictures of right now, which is like the last thing I did in Osaka. Oh, I guess and the I did do the what is this the kimono pictures too, and yeah, but that was a mess. Um, and now I'm back again, but it's supposed to be different, but yeah, visa stuff, and Corona stuff, I guess. So, but yeah, I in the end I was like, yeah, especially recently, like I just said, yeah, it'd probably be better to just be back home anyway. But I don't know. I'll probably stick it out at least for another 20, 20 days, maybe. Well, I would have to, or I have to apply for something because what is that? My thing is up in like 3 months. I mean, my traveler's visa is up in 20 days. They did give you one to, what? What? Oh, uh, thank, oh, thank, thank you, Brittany. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, thank you so much. Um, uh, oh, yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. And no, I don't live in Tokyo right now. I live in Seoul. I've been in Seoul for the past 2 months now. Yeah, almost 3 months. In the end of this month, it'll be almost 3 months since I've been in Seoul. Um, so I'm trying to figure that out. Right? Brittany, you're the best. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out my last month. So that's been what I've been thinking about the most, trying to debate what to do. I think I'm giving myself, I don't know, probably the end of this month. I don't to see, I guess. And I don't since I don't really know because I feel like nobody knows how long everything's gonna be closed, um, or like airports or whatever, or all that stuff. Um, for me to just keep staying without really knowing, I mean, obviously, I would at some point I would not would not have any money at all. So I think it would be better to leave before that happened. Just because I don't know. I don't know. I could end up leaving, and then like the next day they'd be like, well, coronavirus over or whatever. I don't. Well, it wouldn't be over. I highly doubt it's going to end. But I mean, like companies. I mean, countries start opening up. I don't know, but that's pretty much the plan as of now. Just to try to survive for another at least 20 days, probably. And then, but maybe in like a week or something, I would have to try to, week or two, I might have to start talking to the realtor or whatever to see. No matter how hard life gets and knocks you down, you gotta get back up and stay strong. Don't give up. That's that's the thing. I hate that. I think I think that's one of the reasons I stayed abroad the longest too, is because I felt like I didn't accomplish what I want to accomplish. Um, which for me is learning the language. Well, no, not learning the language because that would have been accomplished. Is being fluent in the language, um, finding my meaning to life. I guess all that jazz. Um, and yeah, there's bad stuff that happened, but no, I've still been abroad. You know, I just more like to talk about everything. If you, well, I mean, there's tons of what streams that I do, and they're all based on something, I guess. But then the conversation turns out depending on what people ask. I think what Jane or somebody said something like, she heard this before or something like that. But then like somebody else said, like, I had never heard it before. I mean, everything depends on people, and it depends on what people ask me. And if you ask me a certain thing, I'm going to tell you what it is. I don't really beat around the bush with telling people what it is. Just give the truth, pretty much. So I mean, yeah, if you already heard it before, I guess you really didn't have to watch the stream. I guess, if that's how you feel about it. Um, but what is it? Today, like I said, it was about just life in general, and it was like not even just. It was obviously I was gonna start off talking about myself and just like everything that's been going on, and more having to do with like the funerals and not being able to go back home for those and so forth. But it's all. I mean, it's giving people insight all the time on how it is to be abroad too. Um, like somebody else said, it's not always like roses and everything. Like there's always a good and bad to everything. People see the good in everything because you want things to be very good. I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to go abroad and not have you know an amazing time, because that would suck. I wouldn't want nobody to go through the same things that I went through, maybe. But like there's still some good to some stuff. I mean, yeah, I was able to come abroad. Maybe I don't know if that's a good thing. Really, I get more. I know more about myself, I guess. That you know, um, I don't know, things that I guess I didn't really relate to before. Um, you know, I did meet Charla, I guess. That's like the one of the biggest ones. But like I don't know. I was able to at least accomplish that, and that was one of my dreams, to go abroad, to live abroad. And I did accomplish that. It was to live in a few different countries, and I accomplished that. At least came to Korea too. So like at the end of the day, even if I was to leave, it was, I don't know. I've still at least have done one of the dreams that I want to do, even if I didn't become fluent in Japanese and Korean. I mean, it wouldn't matter if I'm studying by myself, like I'm currently doing now, which is going to be what I do after I finish this stream. Well, eat first because it's been like 4 hours, and my stomach is growling and my head. But all of that, But I don't know. I guess I still wouldn't change everything. I mean, change everything, change anything, because I mean, I don't really know how things would have panned out if I stayed in LA either. I mean, you never know about those things. I just was doing a lot of different things, a lot of different activities before I came abroad again the second time. So it could have been better. I could have wasted time. I don't know, but hmm, I didn't. I was able to live in different countries and stuff like that. So at least something to check off. Sorry if maybe you addressed this. Are you participating in any of the contact tracing they do there? Is it restricted? Do you think it's intrusive? Contact tracing. What is that? No, I didn't address that. I don't even know what that is. Contact tracing. Who's doing that? Korea? I don't know. That is news to me. uh, is LA hard to live in if you don't have connections or money? I'll consider moving there, but I'm broke. I mean, I guess if you want to compare it to being in Seoul and Tokyo, it's still pretty much the same, I want to say. But I think I still think American was it food prices are a lot cheaper. Oh, and okay, if we're gonna compare, if we're gonna compare, Japan is the most expensive. Then it's well, okay, Tokyo, then Seoul, then LA. I want to say, because Tokyo goods is so expensive. Not only that, I was even living in the countryside, and I was paying $100 for gas for myself. $100. Like my mom doesn't even pay $100 for her and all the kids in a two-story house and I was paying $100 for myself for just the gas, and I was living in the countryside. So imagine how much you could pay. Well, like they consider anything outside of Tokyo the countryside. So I was living in countryside, and I was paying $100 for just the gas. My electricity was like $70 or $80, and sometimes that would even go up too. Like it's very expensive to live in Tokyo. So if you I mean, and then the prices, like I think of American as in like everybody, I guess you get a ton of food, right? So even when stuff seem expensive, you get a ton of food. Not only that, when you're cooking, when you go to the store, everything is it seems so much more in my head compared to when I moved abroad. I was like, it's gonna be cheaper. But no, living in Japan was way more expensive. Like getting a bag of potatoes for like $1 or something. I don't know. Maybe they're not $1 anymore, but two, I guess. But then going to Japan and being able to get like three potatoes for $1. And then like even now in Korea, where it's like some of the grocery stores are like $1 for one potato. I'm just like, but like a lot of that stuff you wouldn't even know unless you moved abroad. But I would totally say Los Angeles is more doable than Seoul or Tokyo. Um, Granted, you might have to live with somebody, but I mean, I have to live with somebody here because no, because if you live in Seoul, then you $1 for a potato, yes, or it's like $1.50 now. I don't know. It always goes up. Um, they always change the prices. um, yeah. Um, so what was it? I forgot. What was it? Tokyo. But Seoul, right? If you live in Seoul, no, if you live in Korea, you need a pojangum. So pojangum is a deposit, and deposits are $5,000 to $10,000. That's just like unexplainable. Because like, how do you even get that money? Like, I don't even know. So if you don't have that, you can't even live by yourself. So I've always lived with somebody else because I just don't have the money for that. And the reason why I don't have the money is because it's not knowledge to me that you would need that much money to save up to live, to well no to start a contract or something. I'm not used to having in America. I mean, you may pay. What would you pay? Like a deposit, maybe, but like maybe it's like $1,000. Maybe I don't know. It's not five. It's not $10,000. It's not that. Japan, they make you pay usually your first 2 months of rent, but you're paying for rent, so like it's okay because you're paying for rent, you know. But just having $10,000, and like they say, oh yeah, we'll give it back to you at the end if you don't break anything or whatever, or damage our room or whatever, you know. But but, but, but like who just who just has $10,000 sitting around? Like I just can't. I was like no, like I ain't got $10,000 sitting around. Like man, if I had $10,000 sitting around, like I would be back home right now. I don't know. I just don't know. But like it's really the prices of living are way more like I don't even know. Now that I think about having to have a pojangum, like even having to have that, like that's $10,000. Like maybe that's more than Tokyo. I don't even know. Because the prices of food in Korea and Japan are pretty much the same kind of. I want to say some things may be more expensive than others, but what is it? But the bills in Korea are cheaper than they are in Japan. In Japan, yes, Japan bills are. I didn't even know. Like I said, I was literally living by myself. I took one shower a day. I did cook every day, but I mean, how long is that running hot water? I don't even know. But that was it. That was it. And besides that, I was at work, so I was never at home. Then I was on trains maybe or whatever. Like I'm not at home. But that was $100. So if you think about like somebody who just is at home all day, like there has to be way more than $100. Because I think my biggest one, which it is usually during the winter time, where I think for me, I think it's the same in I don't know, is that the thing in America too? But I think things just cost more in the winter and the summer. So in the winter, they just increased the gas bill just a lot, just for no reason, just because it's winter. um, I'm thinking, and then in the summer they just increase electricity because it's summer, and you're gonna use an AC or something like that. But like everything just like increases for no reason because the highest bill I paid by myself, and I was still going to work. And I sometimes I even stood in my car to like heat myself up or whatever when I was driving in Japan last time. But I paid $130. I think that was the most I paid, and I wasn't even at home. So I don't. I mean, I was like, was everybody using my heat, or am I paying for everybody's gas, or what's going on? But like, yeah, that was that. But like in when I came to Korea, it was a lot cheaper. I want to say I haven't looked at them now since I haven't been a teacher. But they were a lot cheaper. They were like sometimes 10. I think the lowest I paid for one bill was $6 one time. But they were a lot cheaper. But even in Korea, it goes up depending on if it's summer or winter. Is what I'm thinking. I think they just charge you more for the amount that you use during that time. Um, they probably do that in America too. I don't know. But it still did not beat paying $130 for myself without actually using anything. But yeah, I want to say Japan and Tokyo and Seoul are a lot more expensive than living in LA, and you don't need $10,000 to just start living there. Um, I think you still pay something, maybe like $1,000 in LA or something, or in America, maybe I don't know. But you get that back, but at least it's only like 1,000. 10,000 is just too much, man. Jeez. Uh, uh, I am hungry. But yeah, so I don't know. I guess it just depends on how you look at it, but it is very expensive to live in Seoul and Tokyo compared to for me back home. Mm, I think way more expensive, kind of. If you just put in like having to have like the what is it the deposit or just the amount that you would have to pay for living in Japan. Not only that, eating out, in Japan is a lot. I mean, you don't. Granted, you don't have to do the all you can drinks, the nomi hodais or tabe hodais and stuff like that. Which generally nomi hodai, which is the all you can drink, but people generally want to do that, um, which is the culture or whatever. So that's like $3,000, $4,000. I'm sorry, I put dollars and yen together. 30, 30 or $40 together. Uh, 30 to 40. Oh my god, $30 to $40 a night. So people usually go, yeah, usually majority of the teachers are always broke because they go out and drink a lot. Hmm. And yeah, I guess you're enjoying yourself, but then they never have any money. Never. They enjoy themselves for like 2 or 3 days, and then they're like good. Oh, okay, big here, brother. I'll see you next time then. Oh yeah, I'm gonna. Why did this end up being longer than the other ones? Yeah, I'm probably gonna eat soon for real. I'm like dying. But Japan. Da, 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 da. Um, what's for lunch today? I haven't even eaten breakfast. It's like 12. It's like 12:30 p.m. I didn't even eat breakfast yet. I haven't eat breakfast. I haven't eat. I eat the same everything every day. Eggs and ham. Um, and well, it has like onions and garlic and stuff and spices. But I'm going to go make that soon. Also, agree that you still have accomplished things you see in a lot of the world. You're really good at language, in my opinion. Thank you. Your Japanese in this last year was impressive. uh, thank you. Even though when I started studying, since I'm using studying, I feel like Korean a little bit more than Japanese these days. I always want to say something in Korean compared to Japanese. So I was trying not to do that just now compared to when I was just living. back in Japan. It just came out a lot better to just do Japanese. Best of luck, Greg. Now in this live stream, go eat before you get sick for real. I'm okay. Uh, I can make you laugh. Thank you, Brittany. You're the best. For real. Thanks for everything today. I do really appreciate it. Okay, then I write down. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is actually longer than I thought it would be. I thought I would wake up earlier today because a few people said the what is it? The oh okay. Bye bye Nico. I'm about to end it anyway. I woke up earlier today because a few people, okay, a lot of people said that they can't watch the live streams because they a different time. So yeah, I don't know. Was me waking up at 8 a.m. better than my normal? I would probably have started about right now. Actually, this is the first time I woke up early to do a live stream. But yeah, maybe I don't know. Was the eight was me waking up at 8 a.m. better than starting right now? Probably, huh? I think it was a bigger turnout. But yes, thanks for stopping by, Brittany. Thanks for all the love, so much, so much love. uh, yes, thanks for everything. Yes, I don't know. We'll we'll see. Maybe another live stream next weekend. Um, I, same thing, I guess. If there's anything you guys want to talk about or ask, please let me know. I guess there was one last thing. Somebody did ask me about coming abroad to Korea and if they can come swimming and so forth like that. As far as I know, Korea has nothing that has been closed down. We're still able to go to movie theaters and everything. People still go out to eat in restaurants compared to the rest of the world, which is pretty much on lockdown. If I'm still correct, it's still getting better though here because everybody seems to be more active, and some people are even starting to wear less masks than before. I think so. It may be getting better here, but I don't think anybody would go to the pool or anything like that, and it's not like America or anything like that. So there's not like an excess of pools. Majority of gyms and stuff don't really have pools and stuff like that. So that that one's a little bit harder iffy to do. You would probably have to go to like a public pool or something like that. But from what I can tell you, there is nothing that's closed down in Korea right now. Anything is possible. I mean, I've watched like 2 or 3 movies since coming back. It was empty. The theater was only like 6 people in the whole thing, but you could still do it. But yeah, that's the only other thing that somebody asked me about, so I want to answer that. But yeah, oh, yeah, for real. I'm dying. Oh, see you guys. Bye bye.